push. This is big.
That look like they're swooping in for against the world. Can they do it?
So, really feeling good about this spot.
Is gonna try and push into this dome.
They're running full blue on everybody is now. No, wait, hold up.
That's gonna end up taking it.
Alternator. Error being chewed through right now.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Apex Legends Global Series. This is Challenger Circuit number 3. We are almost halfway through the Challenger Circuit here, so it's coming down to the wire. I'm your boy Jamerson, joined by Vicky Kitty once again. I'm super excited. It's before Thanksgiving break, so we got one last bout of Apex Legends before the break happens. But let's go ahead and just talk about all the Apex Legends that has been happening. I mean, Vicky, we just had the Pro League starting up again this weekend.
Yeah, it's excited to see how a lot of these teams have been incorporating Ashe. Actually, you and I got a taste of that new composition when we were able to cast the second week of the Challenger Circuit. So now being able to see that implemented in the Pro League, I'm wondering if we're going to see some of these teams make some changes. Maybe they're going back to what they're feeling comfortable with, or we're going to see more Ashe in the composition going forward.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to see, especially with the Ashe, right? A lot of people thought she was going to be slotted in as the Wraith slot, but no, she's been fitting in quite well as a secondary flex. Of course, you do still have that Gibraltar kind of fundamental gameplay, almost 99% pick rate across the leagues. That's been interesting to see so far, and especially here where mobility counts. We've talked about it. The gameplay is a little bit different here in the Challenger Series than what we would normally see in the top league, Pro League, because we know that the strength of the lobby is definitely not as strong as it is there. We don't see as many teams playing for center zone and playing for positioning. It's been very frag heavy.
Yeah, actually, and we also have had a lot of those southern circles pulled towards that part of the map, so I feel like a lot of these teams that have those POIs already kind of downloaded kind of have that way better rotation when it comes to their next plan, especially a lot of the Valkyrie squads that we've been seeing, because those redeploys at the very end actually turn into those really risky 50-50s. So a lot of these teams also kind of shifting away and going more towards the Valkyrie when it comes to those circle advantage positions, because it's all about that beacon control too at the end of the day for a lot of our squads.
Yeah, and for today's game, it's going to be fairly standard to everything that you're used to seeing in professional Apex Legends. So let's go ahead and talk about the format for today. We're going to have our usual games, and it's going to be the same point system that we always see. But in terms of the Challenger Circuit, it does run parallel with the Pro League, and so we will have one more week of qualifiers that'll be taking place in December. And it's only the top teams that'll be moving on to fight against the bottom teams from the Pro League. You can see these were the dates for the Challenger Circuit. Our next one will be taking place on December 6th, and then we get to see the nice, spicy promotion slash relegation. I think that's the most important part, slash relegation part of the tournament, Vicky.
I'm so excited to see that happen too, because after this week, Jamerson, that's it. We only have one more week, and you can see right here in the seasonal leaderboards, Dumpers have been dominating RGP. Right behind them, we've been seeing RCO Esports also very consistent. I like to see how a lot of these squads that we're also going to be seeing today kind of match up with this, because again, there's only, after this week, one more week to solidify those points.
Yeah, so you need to show up for these. And again, I mean, for some of the teams that aren't in the top part of the bracket, right, making sure that you're in the winner's bracket, this is what we had though throughout the weekend, where our Challenger Circuits teams were competing, and they did have to fight it out through the semifinals to make it into the finals to secure the points at the very least. And right now, Last Minute is still doing extremely well, but our current leaders, Dumpers, found themselves in second place in their lobby.
Yeah, Dumpers, the squad that had gotten first in the finals for the Challenger Circuit, got first in the first Challenger Circuit, they've been able to stay consistent, but with Last Minute still on top of them, that should highlight how Last Minute has been fragging out in these lobbies, securing so much KP, which in addition to their placement points has allowed them to hold on to that first place spot.
Yeah, for Dumpers, I think, you know, they excel a little bit more when it comes to a more controlled lobby, where we were able to talk to Kimchi Lee right after their win in the first Challenger Circuit, that they wanted to play a lot more macro heavy, and that's what they excelled in. But when it comes down to the Wild West of the qualifiers, anything can happen. They still found consistency coming up in second place. Let's take a look at the other semifinals Group 2 lobby to see how our teams matched up there. And it looked like this one was frag heavy as well, as Asteria came out on top with 78 points.
And look at my neck, my back, right behind them, 69 points. And then RCO Esports was 67 right behind them. That should highlight right here that some of these squads were able to take some wins, but I don't think any of these teams were able to take multiple wins, which is something that I'm going to be looking for in the finals.
Yeah, we're in terms of this lobby, there's only like 2 teams that didn't make it through the qualifiers into the finals lobby that we have seen in the finals for the challenger circuit. It's been RAR XD Teehee along with Team Washed, I believe. And so we're talking about the fair consistency across the lobbies basically and across the CCs of the teams that have been making it been able to make it to the finals. But I'm still super excited to see any of these new names really showing up for the broadcast, and we'll see if maybe they can turn some heads. I mean, that's one of the ways you got to do it, right? Even if you don't make it into the promotions and relegations, just being able to have a really good performance in a lobby like this can definitely garner some attention. But these are the teams to watch right now. These are the teams that have definitely garnered our attention so far, and really no surprises for most of them. My Neck, My Back, Last Minute Nightmare, and Dumpers are the teams we think you should keep an eye on. And why is that, Vicky?
Well, you know what? You take a look at My Neck, My Back. This is also one of those consistent squads that had just recently gotten second in the semis, Group 2, winning 1 game and getting second twice. So although they didn't get to win more than 1 game, you could show that they're showing that they're actually consistently staying in the top 3. And they even finished with a total of 32 kills across the lobby, with people like Cody actually getting 12 kills overall. Petty and Mooney, they both individually got 10 kills overall. So even though this squad still remains in the top 3, that squad is still able to contest each other with the amount of kills that they've been able to rack up. And you also have teams like Last Minute, actually, was just talking about them recently, but this is a squad that was able to finish first in their group, and they finished with a total of 42 kills, with just Sykes getting a total of those 20 kills. So that should highlight that Sykes is not a player that you want to sleep on. They've been high up there in the challenger circuit, and you definitely want to look out for them. And you were actually talking a little bit about Nightmare and Dumpers, Jamerson.
Yeah, I mean, I like to always have that kind of dark horse team to keep an eye on, and I feel like Nightmares might have it here for this week. We'll see. We've seen them in the past. We've seen things like Series E and lots of other I guess tier 2 competitions, and they do have the ability to frag out. They do have the ability to take some really strong 3v3s. So we'll see if they can actually manifest that. And then, of course, Dumpers, I think that's just a no-brainer so far. 2 CCs in a row where they've been extremely consistent. It would be no surprise here. Now, they did, I believe, drop Timmy or Fulzy in CC2, and we're a little bit surprised by that, but they still maintain a pretty decent performance. We'll see if that continues on here for CC3. But right now, we're just waiting for the games to go. We do have our teams loading into the lobby right now. It's going to be World's Edge like always. It's going to be the same point system like always. But when it comes down to these qualifiers, we talked about it just a bit before. When it comes down to these promotions in tier 2, the game plays a lot differently. And so we see a more heavy focus, I feel like, on edge fighting, because we know how important kill points can be in this format.
Yeah, edge fighting, and you see a lot of teams also, if they want to play a more passive role because they just want to be able to get those placements and then rack up those kills at the very end, you see a lot of these teams fight for beacon control. That's why we've been seeing a lot of crypto actually being utilized in both EMEA and now NA to replace the Bloodhound. So I'm not too sure if that's going to influence these lobbies, since again, I'm actually expecting a lot of these players to kind of focus on what they feel most comfortable. But it's about being frag heavy, as you can see teams like Dumpers doing just that, like Last Minute doing exactly the same thing. So let's see how some of these teams play out for right out of the bat, because usually I feel like match number 1 kind of determines things for these squads to determine like whether they want to play a lot more passive, whether they want to play a lot more frag heavy. We're gonna have to wait and see, because depending on how that first game goes, some of these teams could already start building up that early gap in the lobby.
Yeah, the first game is going to be important here when it comes to qualifiers. Being able to establish your drop spot basically off the go is going to be super important. And so when it comes to the 50-50s, that will inevitably be taking place in the first game. You win that out, you're pretty much set for a good tournament. You're going to be able to bully people out. And so that's the big question mark as we start loading up into the game, as we start loading up into the dropship. Where is every team going to go? Now, we know that there are some heavy favorites when it comes to variable drop spots when people don't quite know exactly where everyone's going, and typically that's going to be places like Lava Siphon and Skyhook. Where are you expecting a lot of the early game action to take place in game number 1, Vicky?
Yeah, and you also don't want to find yourself in a 50-50 situation where not only are you denying your squad loot there because you're going to be forced into an early fight, but then you're also inviting a lot of these third parties. You're seeing a lot of these squads who find that opportunity to try to contest you. So also looking at the way that these circles are going to pull, since we have been witnessing a lot of these southern pulls, which I feel like has to be because of Big Mod just adding another point here. So I feel like naturally that's why we've been seeing a lot of that happening. But now as we do happen to have a lot of these squads recognize that, maybe make those early rotations, is going to allow a lot of those fights to happen in those congested spots. You're looking at spots going from Fragment over to Geyser maybe, or to Harvester, even going all the way towards Skyhook, where sometimes we see the circle, if we do have a northern circle, pull over there towards survey camp. So it's going to be interesting. That also is going to be really important for our squads determining on where they're going to be landing.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen that center of the map is one of the hotly contested ones. I mean, if you look at staging, if you look at Harvester, Fragment, those teams tend to do incredibly well. We're talking about Xset, we're talking about NRG, we're talking about TSM, and being able to have the beacons. We'll see how much the teams end up fighting for that right now. We do have, it looks like the lobby completely loaded up, and I'm not too surprised by what I'm seeing so far. But here we go, heading into game number 1, the third week of the Challenger Circuit here for the ALGS. And now our questions are going to be answered. Where is everyone going to drop? It does look like there's a few number of teams already going to the northern side of the map for this one. We know how hotly contested maybe Skyhook could become.
And you know what's really interesting about this lobby we're going to witness, Jamerson? We got 1 Crypto, we got 1 Fuse, and we got 1 Ash. Everybody else, though, is either running a variation of the Caustic composition or the Valkyrie. So that's going to be really cool to see going forward within their games, if we're going to see some of these teams stick with that.
And we have a beautiful split, and so it doesn't seem we have any 50-50s quite yet, but that south side of the map is looking a little bit congested there. Maybe even a fight over Lava Siphon in just a moment. First scan comes out, and we got a survey camp epicenter ending. And so a lot of people are probably going to be expecting this one to be pulling up towards the train tracks on the north side between survey camp and climatizer here, Vicky.
Yeah, I love how we were talking about the contention for a lot of these northern circles. We highlighted this point by survey, and it is going to be pulling there. So no south circle here. We got that northern circle coming in, and our squad's getting set up here as they are going to make that plan to rotate. Ready rocking the white Evo shields right off the drop here as big protagonists. Maybe wanted to get a scan on a beacon, as they have one right there if they haven't already. But somebody, one of our squads are going to have to venture off from the southern point of the map all the way from launch site all the way to survey. So it's going to be a long journey.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to be a 50-50 at launch. Stick Drift OP versus the big 3 protagonists, I believe, if I saw that correctly. And it is Stick Drift OP trying to stay together as a full 3-man. But Exo's caught out a little bit and has to back off here. He will be able to make it back to the rest of his squad. And unfortunately for Stick Drift OP, they weren't able to loot up that much. They only got the white Evo shield. Flinzar just got that blue himself, but they're dishing out some damage across the end. And because of this 50-50, I imagine that neither team was able to try and loot up the center side of launch site, which is typically where you go for your armor. And so now Stick Drift OP just stuck inside. They've got that caustic set up. Maybe they try to buy some time for that Valkyrie just to get out of here, not full fight.
Yeah, that would be essentially what they would need to make this rotation, especially since they're making some noise here. And like you were saying, Jamerson, that 50-50, that is what happens when you deny your team loot, when you want to take that 50-50. And look at this decision right here. Stake Drift OP, they're backing up. But there's another squad moving around. They actually were able to catch that so quick. They get scanned by a Bloodhound, and that's another squad hearing the action happening behind them and wanting to get in on that. So now Stake Drift, they're going to back off. They see another squad moving in, and they don't want to get sandwiched.
Yeah, and they just used that bubble as well, so they're going to be quite vulnerable. And along with the barrel, Sushi was throwing them down. So you can see it was going to be Team Asteria coming in from that tree rotate to try and punish that. You were talking about it, Vicky. You make a lot of noise. You're going to attract a lot of attention, and that's exactly what happened. Asteria coming in for this one. And we were wondering, how frag heavy was it going to be? Well, when you have a northern zone like this and you're on all the way on the south, you're going to be forced to play edge anyhow. now Asteria has the composition to fight for the edge. They're running that Bloodhound. They've got the scans down, but Stick Drift OP really just hit the nitro and got out of there.
Yeah, they just completely sped run their way out of here. Code Cloud, look at these Evos though. Got 2 purples, got a blue. The beauty of being able to loot the western side of Skyhook. Maybe looking to see if a squad wanted to contest trials. We'll have to see, since Code Cloud aren't the ones with the golds, but they are going to be able to move out here with some nice loot, and they're bordering circle too. So wondering here if there's another squad that's going to try to contest them on the eastern side of Skyhook.
Yeah, that was one of my big things. But right now, taking a look at basically survey camp, we have all the teams starting to show up right now. You can see the pings are going down for some teams. Caged has an idea. They want to maybe get out of survey camp and start going for the northern train tracks. Everyone is expecting this one to pull up really hard to the north side. And we'll see that ring number 3. She can be a fickle mistress, and we'll see if maybe Survey Camp does end up being the next pull. But for the time being, it's going to be a lot of passive holding. We got RCO Esports here. We've even got Team Start a Fight. That's going to be Matt Pickett, Fate, and Crummy, all holed up inside Survey Camp. Now, what I was going to say before this was I was surprised that one of our qualifying teams ends up getting trials for free because we got to see the kind of loot coming out. But here's my neck, my back. They are one of the teams with the priority. They were able to get into the position here on the north side. Petty Boss has already taken damage, and that bubble is forced out. Cody backs off, though, just to help out his squad. And you can see changes coming into this lobby. A lot of teams running that Bloodhound, looking for these fights early on. Got the Arc Star out, misses as Petty Boss slides right into a second one, and he's forced to heal up once more. The nade rolls down onto him, and now they're right on top of him. PK out, and he's the first one down. Moosin picks that one up, literally vibing. Doesn't lose out on anyone, and my neck, my back go down without a fight.
How many lethals were thrown at Petty? He didn't even have the chance. He couldn't even get away from the situation. And literally vibing, capitalizing off of that. Moving in, they're going to be able to get this loot. They know that there's a squad behind them too. They are going to be able to have that portal there for some insurance just before they are able to back up. But what a way to take that fight so quickly for a squad dropping in our lobby for today, Jamerson.
Yeah, that's one of our teams to look at, but that's also super important for literally vibing. They got there in priority, they got there first, and we're able to hold position. We know when you go for the really early rotate, you end up losing out on some loot. You end up not having a little bit of a piggy bank to play off of, but now with those 3 death bodies, they'll be able to hold that a little bit more, but oh no. Stick Drift OP finally getting chased down. Another team showing up. That's going to be Ace Sykes to pick him up. It's last minute now showing up. They've got purples, they've got the gold, defensive bombardment down, but now you can see the power of the caustic in play here, slowing things down. There might be an opportunity for Stick Drift OP to go for the res. Arc Stars and nades covering the doors as they're desperately looking for a way on in, and here's Luda setting up the port to try and go for a kidnap, and he narrowly misses it as he has to back off now. Another barrel goes down, and last minute OP are just running out of opportunities to try and make this push.
What do you do in this situation, Jimerson? You have the caustic just barreling up inside. You saw the one attempt from Luda with the portal, but now that squad inside could count their blessings with Sykes trying to take a little off angle here. Last minute, having to be careful from inside. They are trying to contest. They get the crack. Oh, and look at the crack too from Prom Garrett. Oh my goodness, another follow from last minute. This is going to be it. They can't get the res, but they are going to be able to utilize the caustic barrels to try to hide behind them. And what a way for last minute to play that so passive aggressively with Luda already the kill leader wiping out that squad.
All right, so Luda got 3 of the kills, but I mean, we saw that at the beginning there exactly what happened. He stole one of those kills away from Prom Garrett, but now we are down to 18 squads already. Asteria finding themselves in a fight as well, coming up from the southern side of the map. Here's Team Dumpers taking a very roundabout rotation around over at Skyhook, probably looking up for some more heals, and it's just on the southern edge of the zone over at Lava Siphon. Asteria in the 3v1 now, looking to hunt down the final player here, and we're about to be down to 16 squads in zone number 2.
Actually incredible to see how aggressive our squads have been able to get from the get-go. So many teams already holding on to survey camp too that we saw earlier on with Asteria coming out of this win. after taking out this squad, and they are going to be able to loot up. They also have the bombardment to work with too, but they're looking great, but they're going to have to be traversing through some of this ground soon because the circle is going to be closing in 2 minutes, and they do have a little bit of a journey to go.
Yeah, we've seen though in the past for teams like Furia and teams like in esports arena where they can and you can tank up zone number 2 if you need to take your time there. So they're not under too much hurry. They're already here on the edge. They know that a lot of fighting is going to be taking place in the southern side of the map, and they don't have to worry about this. You can see now Onyx Gaming, they're making their way through Climatizer, and it does seem like Team Dumpers are meeting up some resistance. Cold Cloud is still here in Skyhook right now, trying to gatekeep. They've got the fuse out, but he doesn't really hit the knuckle cluster to give them the information. They don't really do that much damage, and so Team Dumpers just able to kind of just lazily walk on past them, surprisingly enough, and they're not really applying pressure onto them.
Yeah, and just like you were saying, a lot of these teams can play in the second circle. It doesn't do as much damage where you feel your eyes burning, and Code Cloud putting in so much pressure, kind of camping the edge right here, may force Dumpers to do just that. Look at that rampage, just burning through enemy. Unfortunately, with Kimchi Lee also really low, although that circle is dealing enough damage, seems like they are also getting pinged by that Fuse Tactical, which could put in so much pressure. Look at Code Cloud still not letting loose, but if Code Cloud isn't careful, we saw some teams already right behind them making their way over to Survey Camp by that train tracks.
Now, I'm wondering why Team Dumpers decided to actually port backwards. They were trying to make their way in towards the train tracks there, but decided, I guess, Code Cloud would just had too much of a dominant position. They were taking too much damage from the ring, so they decided to rotate backwards instead. But back up on the northern side, literally vibing still here, playing the train tracks for now. There's been so much action, and it looks like literally vibing has the action coming to them once again. It's those train tracks, but you have to imagine those loot boxes have already been basically just completely picked apart, so they can give up this position. It's going to be Z Proficiency and his squad now that have that train to basically play off of, but is this going to be just another graveyard in just a moment?
I don't know, these train tracks have been the heat of the battle for a lot of these teams. The war zone, quite literally, with literally vibing also on the other side of Onyx Gaming. So Onyx Gaming, seeing that they are sandwiched, they need to start making some moves, maybe utilizing a portal, but they can't even use a redeploy because you see Proficiency already getting beamed when he's not even outside.
They're going to port him out. You can see serious help now is just going to get him out of here. Onyx Gaming, luckily for them, they didn't have to expend all these cooldowns to go ahead and use it in no-no. Z Proficiency did not get that Phoenix kit off, and they don't have a bubble for this. Moosin is looking for the angle now, coming up on the left-hand side. He's getting tagged, though, by a team inside Climatizer right now, and literally vibing. They can sense it. The kills are there for them. Unfortunately, though, they're getting a little bit griefed, and now Moosin has the angles. These wingman shots finally connecting, cracking too. If they had any nades, this would be big. They've taken the port back, and that's right into Banshee. Cheesy Potato will go down. Banshee, he's got the knock. He's not going to overextend onto this one, and he will take his own port backwards here. Literally vibing, are playing this so well. You can see they're on just the edge of aggression, but they're not overextending.
I love the way that literally Vibing is playing right now. They're also riding on a lot of momentum. They're not overextending. This is the squad that literally took my neck, my back out first, and they're still here. Some Arc Stars being put down. Onyx Gaming in trouble, but where can you go inside this cart? Proficiency almost losing that shield, and now they're moving in the same exact way that they moved in on my neck, my back.
Now, they did get a knock at the very least onto Banshee, and so that's a small consolation, but they don't even get a kill point throughout all of that. Jaren's getting hit up here. Another team is starting to show up. That's 00 negative. One-man army here trying to do something. Now, it's literally vibing. They've got 6 kill points to their name. They've been able to recover, but they still need to heal up. So it looks like Fuse is in the area right now, and now Moosin, he needs to heal up. He's going to try and run this one off by himself, but he's got to be careful. He's getting charged now. They don't have a port, and Moosin will fall. Kuzme picks that one up.
I felt that in my soul as Bloodhound. You have nothing you could do about that situation. You didn't have the Beast of a Hunt, and even then, you would not have had the time to pop a shield bat right in front of Running Late, who've made their way now, taking over this cart, essentially booting off literally vibing now, but losing 00 negative in the process, a triple take, putting in so much pressure.
Oh, gold bag res for 00 negative. That's fate. trying to secure this third. And oh my goodness, the amount of action over here is insane. That's kind of what you have to expect. As you can see, Banshee's just trying to heal up. We'll see if he has an opportunity to try and go in for that banner, but it looks like too many teams have now shown up to the northern side here of the map. The ring continuing to pull this way, and yeah, it is just the classic pull up towards the train tracks.
I like the way that Casual is actually holding back a little bit here. Actually trying to see if any of the squads are going to rotate away from those train tracks, holding the back end of the circle so that way the rest of Casuals could feel safe playing the edge of circle. Also trying to gatekeep. He does see another squad making their rotation right behind them. Does try to take some shots with the flatline. Does only has that blue stock and the 3 times to work with right here, but does have the portal if they want to get Casuals out. They see the bombardment in front of them, and now a lot of the action from these southern squads are going to make their rotation up to this northern part of the circle.
So many defensive bombardments have been used on these train tracks. Start a fight, living up to their name now as they're trying to hunt down one, but it does seem 00 Negative was able to steal that away, but it's a trade between teams now. Casuals losing out on one. They answer back. We have the port out, it seems, to try and get out of this third party, but Fate has shown up. You see 3 death boxes are there, but Fate is by himself. He needs to back off to the rest of his squad now. So unfortunately, they won't be able to pick up much. But, you know, you do have a lot of teams basically gone and out of the northern side of the map for now. Team Casuals lost out on Akuma. We'll see if they have a mobile respawn beacon to try and get him back in.
Important here to note, because it is going to be there in the replicator, but there is no replicator right now, rather than one in the southern part where you're going to be out in the open for a lot of these squads to just take shots, as Casuals have taken the roof or the train cart to get a crack. But they can't give up this space here at the same time. They know that there's a squad right behind them trying to shoot at them with the triple take. Misses that first shot, but that's going to give Zephy enough time to manage to get some cover. Also has those death boxes kind of blocking that entryway too. So if necessary, Casuals can maybe just get out of this situation, as they are going to have to move soon in less than 1 minute and 30 seconds.
So they have the Valkyrie redeploy. They can get out of here with that. Just go for that res. But then they give up the position. So would you rather play as a 3 when you have aim like that? Maybe you do. Just play as a 2 right now. Zipper taking him out with that flatline. Moving up. You got the missile swarm just to lay down some cover as well. Casual comes in from the left-hand side. And this is going to be the finishing blow. But oh no, he's left in a 1v1 and it was not enough. Jimothy clutches up for his team a gold bag rest to get Ruzino back into this now unorganized though over by it looks like Survey Camp in a fight, as you do finish him off. And no, this is over by Climatizer here, but they will be able to get Rowdy Life back into the game. We're down to 12 squads, and this was the pace that we were expecting coming into the qualifiers here, as now Team Dumpers are making the push. Clinical drop down to 1 HP. Icy River is trying to hold that the bubble by himself now, but Emmy actually falls. That's a 1-for-1 exchange, but Clinical now getting chased down, and there it is, the finish off by Team Dumpers. Didn't get to see the rotation in for this one, but it looked like avoiding the fight in Skyhook worked out for them.
They took it slowly. You were highlighting teams like ESA that actually managed to go through the circle in round 2 because they know a lot of the action's going to happen and wait for them once they come on the other side. But now with circle closing in, they're going to have to start moving, because this one is going to make your eyes hurt. And they don't want to be caught off guard with a lot of these teams already holding this northern part of the zone as they make their way away from the Climatizer part. Code Cloud, though, with Jimothy actually getting that res, going to have to play as a 2-man with RCO Esports getting beamed and also working off of the White Evil Shield.
Oh boy, Sleepy Panic almost in the middle of nowhere there. We'll see if Nando can try and recover, but that's a defensive bombardment just to slow down a push as well. Retaking height with Holiday now. Now Valkyrie passive allowing to quickly get up. Nade spam coming in from Nando. They have no idea Asteria's behind them, but another squad has shown up as well. Here's enemy Team Dumpers going on top. Quickly get up. Nade spam coming in from Nando. They have no idea Asteria's behind them, but another squad has shown up as well. Here's enemy Team Dumpers going on top of them, taking out Alazura, and that will be Alazura. Asteria, excuse me, falling, but I think at the end of the day, it might have been weird trades. A lot of ring damage going down. Team Dumpers might be out as well.
Yeah, Dumpers just looking at the action like, all right, well, I don't know, but that's a lot of things happening right behind. RCO now are going to be able to take that rock as the action unfolded right behind them. 2-man squad and another 2-man squad right in front of them. Now looking to see what they could do as they are able to take over that Pride Rock, and they are going to be able to see which of the squads are right underneath them. But look at the way this circle is pulling. Whoever's going to have the high ground right here is going to have that advantage. But looking at Cold Cloud, that has still been able to live through this as a duo, they're looking to see where they can make their next move. But they do note that there is a Caustic team that is holding the other side of the building that they want to move over to.
Yeah, Ruzino does have 2 charges of that Knuckle Duster right now. I'm surprised he's not using it to get some information at the very least. If he knows there's a Caustic there, the large AoE can pop some barrels, but here's Banshee pushing up, literally vibing. Still playing this one out as a 2-man, and they have at least 7 kills. They just finished off RCO, so they have been continuing to find kills throughout the game despite losing out on Muzin somewhere around round number 2. Now they have the long trek ahead of them, a mobile respawn beacon unfortunately right there, but they were never able to recover the banner. Here's Team Start a Fight though, playing off height here in Climatizer. They might have a team below them. No, it's going to be the rest of Team Start a Fight getting ready for this rotation 4 seconds before this next zone starts closing, and they do have a squad below them.
And they see that too. They hear the fight happening, but they are going to be on that high ground. The bombardment's being called, and this time not on the train tracks, but a dome has been used up too. You see Unorganized on the other side of this wall. You see another squad looking right above them. And that's the high ground that I was talking about. We're looking at the way the circle's going to pull. You're going to have so many of these squads moving towards your back. And Unorganized now lose a member, was starting to fight, trying to capitalize at the same time.
Now Matt Pickett is able to make it back to his squad, but he's got to be careful here. Bubble has been thrown down by the enemy team, so he's going to use this one gladly now as he hits that med kit. And they are on the slower side of the zone, so they've got the time to do it. Fade has dropped down, drawing all the attention away. Crummy shows up to back him up, and there is their bubble as well. These PK shots not quite landing, but he goes for a cheeky peek again, and Matt Pickett shows up with the Prowler. That's going to be the broom cleanup coming up from him as Matt Pickett finally decides to pick his time. OA, though, still here. They were looking to try and come in for the third party, but they did not see any of the trades. Literally vibing, pushing in, still as that 2-man. We're now down to 5 squads, 11 players remaining here. We'll see if literally vibing can try and secure themselves a top 3 because they have so much kill points.
And they've been living off of the lands here on the high ground by these train tracks this entire game. That was the first squad that we saw them just pop off and taking out my neck, my back, and they're still running amok on this lobby. Start a fight, and we saw earlier Optimal Ambition also on the other side of that wall. They could hear them fighting right here at Start a Fight. Are going to be able to heal up, just trying to plan where they're going to rotate. But look at this circle. See here, NWA on the high ground, Tony on the high ground right here. It's TDG that are holding that pillar off to the left. That's where we had seen literally vibing actually pinging earlier, but they're getting pinged too with Tony on the Bangalore.
Yeah, so we're going to have the caustic gas along with the smoke as well. There's going to be a lot of visual impairment here. And it doesn't seem like they have got any DTs, but maybe Durango can play off of just that caustic passive. They spot out. It looks like the rap, but Tony is getting over aggressive. Jarens picks that one up. They do not have a Gibraltar here. And now Start a Fight ends up in a fight themselves. Durango, oh, it does seem like we'll be able to get that res at the very least. Girl just holding the angle now as Start a Fight started a fight that they were not able to finish quite fast enough. They lost out on Matt Pickett throughout all that. They still have Fate and Crummy though. And it's the final 3 squads. TDG up as a full 3 now, making their push, but they're going straight into the defensive bombardment. And that's slowing things down at the very least. And now TDG, they've got their sights set on Start a Fight, but it's going to be OA, the first one to fall. Tony picking things up here. He runs out of ammo, but he does have that melee. He'll finish it off. And Team TDG get our first win of the night.
I love the way that TGG played that too, because you could see their position was behind all of the chaos. They saw everything happening in front of them until they were forced to walk into the defensive bombardment with the circles at their back. But they were in the best position to not overextend and to not put themselves in the middle of the chaos and securing themselves first place.
Yeah, and I mean, that was kind of fantastic because we saw a mix of what we were expecting. We were expecting a lot more edge fighting, but with this hard northern pull, I don't think you and I were expecting as much fighting taking place on the northern side.
Yeah, that was actually crazy. Starting with literally vibing too, kind of opening the doors for us, Jamerson, taking out my neck, my back first, and still were able to maintain that position throughout the rest of the circle, just taking out a lot of the squads that moved in their direction. But so many of these early fights didn't just happen on that north north part of the circle, we saw a lot of fighting happening closer to Epi, moving away from Skyhook. And it's quite impressive to see how aggressive these squads were able to get already in game number 1. And now I'm hoping to have that same energy going forward for the rest of these 5 games that we're going to have.
Yeah, and you know, despite not coming in first place, not taking the absolute win there, I feel like literally Vibing might be first in the leaderboards with how heavily they were involved in so many of the fights throughout every portion of the game. We'll find out, though. We're going to go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 2 of the challenge right after this. All right, welcome back, guys, to the Apex Legends Global Series Challenger Circuit week number 3. It's our last 2 qualifiers here, and in game number 1, our first game of the evening, TDG got the big win, but we had a lot of teams fragging out. So this leaderboard is going to be kind of spicy when we get to check in with that later on. But last minute, we saw a lot of the edge fighting. We were expecting a lot of this edge fighting, but what we weren't expecting were fights like this.
Yeah, we had teams like RCO start a fight, literally vibing already, hanging out on this northern part of the circle and going absolutely crazy, kind of stuffing out a lot of the squads squads that wanted to make the rotation away from FE, Skyhook, and even trying to approach from the eastern side by Overlook. So with a lot of these fights happening, you have squads like TDG that were holding onto the edge, waiting for the perfect opportunity to not only take the dub, but scoop up any kills that they can take at the very end. But still, though, we had squads like Start a Fight and Literally Vibing frag out of their minds in this first game, and I think it's going to shake up that overall leaderboard.
But you were also talking about it, right? The kind of duality in competitive play. You can go for the edge fighting, or you can really hard focus on center zone and having priority for that, because eventually, when you make it to the top, those kills come your way, but not quite enough. TDG end up with 3 kill points, but they have 15 overall with the +12 from first. And like we said, Start a Fight and Literally Vibing. They were fragging out so heavily, Literally Vibing ending up with 12, and they had 17 points overall, but it was Start a Fight with that second place finish that ends up putting them in first place currently in our lobby.
Yeah, but this highlights here too that those kills mean everything for both Start a Fight and Literally Vibing. Securing double digits for your first game here for Literally Vibing is going to set them up for success if they manage to find one of those really good games where they can take a dub. But if you saw just the ALGS that happened yesterday, this was a very similar situation to TSM where they had not won a single game in that lobby, but because they were so consistent, managing to get 5 to 6 kills every game, they still stayed up in the top 2 of the overall leaderboard. So that's what I'm looking at when I'm looking at teams like Literally Vibing who are popping off. Even teams like Last Minute, unfortunately, falling a little early that we were expecting here for that squad, managing to get 3 kills. But teams like Last Minute were on our teams to watch overall, so I'm surprised to see that maybe actually getting caught off guard with all the action happening in that choke point when we saw that railroad train from Survey Camp, and a lot of those squads actually fighting in Survey relatively early in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm already seeing a lot of teams kind of getting set up to play the edge. We're seeing a lot more of the Bloodhounds that I think what we're used to seeing out of pro play for now. But I think maybe people got a little bit bored of the meta and got bored of trying to run the Caustic Valkyrie and return to a little bit of a normal meta from a few seasons ago. Having that Bloodhound back again is definitely a comfort pick for a lot of players, but I think this season, I think for Start a Fight might be one of the most comfortable. We do see Matt Pickett, he was on that Valkyrie, but in terms of gun meta, this is one of those metas where it is extremely potent for our console or like our controller players. Matt Pickett running that combo that we so well know him for with the Prowler along with that triple taken. They are incredibly strong this season for the controller players.
It gives me Verholst vibes, honestly, Jerison. We saw the players like Verholst from ESA who just absolutely beams with the Prowler for a reason. And you know what? You take advantage of that. We were able to see that with a lot of our squads here today. I like the way that we're also seeing a change up. Aside from just the Valkyrie, I had to note the Fuse squad too that we had seen. We had seen Ash being played by Gas Station Gaming too. And I like the way that a lot of these teams are also trying to experiment, looking at optimal ambition actually with the crypto that they were able to run. We didn't get to see any utilization with the EMP in that game, but I'm wondering if they're going to still run with that going forward into game number 2, if they want to keep experimenting, or are we going to see a lot of these teams fall back into what they're comfortable with, which is what you were talking about earlier, the Wraith, Gibby, and Bloodhound.
Now, what I'm wondering though, you know, for TDG busting out the Bangalore, I'm wondering if that was kind of like maybe the person was AFK, or that's just their comfort pick for TDG, because it did end up, you know, I guess working out the double time, especially in those late games when you need to cover a little bit more space, being able to have that extra movement speed worked out for it. And TDG, you saw the Bangalore was able to get the flank incredibly strong, but again, you're going to have to be pretty masterful in your positioning for that if you're planning to make it to the late game with that kind of composition.
Which is exactly what TDG did. They didn't really start any fights when they wanted to creep their way into the edge of the circle. They kind of saw a lot of the action happening in front of them, and they knew in that situation that their only sets of cover, aside from the Bangalore smokes, was just noticing that there was an open field in front of them. So they had to play their cards right there, and I like the patience that we saw from Girl. You even saw Girl try to take a little bit of an off angle with Caustic, noticing that Girl was getting hit by that defensive bombardment, got out of that situation, waited for that to happen, and then were able to go in for the third party, but not securing the amount of kills that they want to secure to be able to fully capitalize off of those extra 12 points from winning.
Yeah, 3, I believe, was how many points they ended up getting, but I don't think that's I don't think that's an issue in how they were playing. I think it was just an issue with how everyone else was playing, which was very aggressive. Start a fight, we saw they were cleaning up basically almost all the kills that happened over in Climatizer. But here we go, folks. We are heading in to game number 2 of the Challenger Circuit here. TDG, fresh off their win from game number 1. Would love to check in with them to see where they end up dropping, but here it is, our first look at the map right now. Surprised, I think we were, by seeing how there wasn't as much focus on Skyhook. We were expecting maybe some of our top teams to be trying contesting for the trials loot there. We'll see if anything changes up, but for now, there might be a contest going down over on Trials side. Take a look.
Yeah, actually, I like this too because we were talking about how Skyhook didn't look like it was being contested, but now we see, am I seeing 4 squads or are the orange overlapping over here? No, it looks like 3 squads. Okay, yeah, it is 3, and then the yellow is the one that's overlapping, but that's going to be a squad that could hear a lot of the action moving in, and then you can easily change that number from 3 to 4.
Yeah, so we have TDG up there. We got Caged along with one other squad taking position. Right now, Team Asteria are trying to fight off, I believe, Team Nightmare now, another one of our teams to watch, and they've got a good position here. I wonder how strongly they were able to basically control the gondolas, as that's the priority position. If you're able to get the drop onto Lava Siphon, you want to control the gondolas. That's where your armors come from on these 50-50s.
Yeah, and sometimes you see the beacon on top of Lava Siphon too, which doesn't seem to be the case. Okay, gotta make a statement. I see you, Washi, even with a little bit of the movement, breaking ankles, but managing to go back to the rest of Nightmare. That's also information though, because that's gonna let this squad know that other opposing squad on the other side of Lava Siphon has that purple Evo shield, so that's something to know, and it's gonna be Onyx Gaming.
Yeah. And that's what we were talking about, controlling the gondolas. But it seems like there might be 3 teams showing up to this one now. Onyx Gaming creeping up from the tunnel side here, control the main building for now. And they've got armor for days. They've got the blues along with that purple. You can see him really considering going for that scope with the bow check bow, but it looks like the longbow. That's going to be the name of the game for Cheesy Potato on this Gibraltar here. Does seem like we've got another northern pull, and this one's looking to shape up to quite possibly be a countdown or Skyhook ending.
I like a lot of these circles and how it's been mixing things up for our squads now, moving all the way to the west in comparison to what we had seen over at Climatizer, with Optimal Ambition making their moves over to the side here, closer to Lava Fisher. But this is the squad that you saw the crypto composition running out, and look at what's happening already over on the high ground of Fragment. It's unorganized, getting pinged by some triple takes, but not without them putting on some pressure. That squad right below them forced out to use the dome already.
Yeah, that's Team Start a Fight that was trying to make the rotation through. They've got My Neck, My Back also showing up behind them from the south-hand side, as it does seem like they get into cover just in time. Unorganized, not ready to drop down quite yet. You can see My Neck, My Back. We're starting to creep up for this one. And no opportunity now, as it does seem like My Neck, My Back give up on this one. Asteria in a fight. Adam, I don't know. Ends up picking up 2 kills in that fight. And so the pace of this game a little bit slower than what we saw in game number 1, but it is starting to pick up now.
Yeah, call it 3 here. It's a damn right here, just popping off over to the side. And My Neck, My Back are not in part of the action, but they are going to be able to get that beacon, which is extremely important here. As you can see, another squad actually trying to fight for that beacon control on the other side. That's going to be Stick Drift OP now, making their way and controlling that building with those 2 blue Evos and 1 white Evo.
Yeah, we haven't had a clear look at the map quite yet. Ooh, Valkyrie redeploy from Stick Drift OP. A little bit scary here, but they avoid the large bulk of damage when you basically lift off. And now they're going to go ahead and basically avoid all of Fragment, which when you're not running that Bloodhound can be incredibly hard to clear out. And take a look, it is going to be a very hard pull up towards Skyhook now. And typically we see teams trying to take positions for Skyhook, like the train tracks up north, or even the middle building, that tower in basically the right middle of Skyhook.
Yeah, and we noted already at the very start of this game that there was already 4 squads within this area, so a lot of this early fight is going to be happening over at Skyhook. And we also saw earlier when we were taking a look at the map there, Jamerson, Asteria are just down to 1 player, with Alazura being the lone survivor. So we're going to have to see if Asteria can try to come back from that if he was able to obtain those banners.
And I believe Asteria was the squad that was looking for fights on the edges in game number 1, right? They were the ones that rotated out of tree early on, and now they might have bitten off a bit more than they can chew. Onyx Gaming finally making their way out of Lava Siphon, but not too far away, as they're over here at Harvester. And we've got another team ahead of them. I believe that's Nightmare that are down low. So both of the squads that were over at Lava Siphon did not make too much ground, but here it is, Nightmare finally making their move. They're going to be able to make it out and go basically towards that fragment choke, as it does seem like a lot of teams have basically given up this area now. So I'm surprised the action has slowed down a lot. We've only lost out on 2 players. We still have 20 squads alive in this one, and it seems like now a lot of teams are starting to focus more for position. We can see why. This is a Skyhook ending. There's going to be a lot of places for you to play off of.
And yeah, we already have squads trying to take control of the sniper building too. I feel like a lot of this fighting is just going to be happening on this northern part of the circle now, as a lot of these squads are going to have to force their way into. You see a lot of squads rotating away from Fragment. You see the Beast of the Hunt also being popped to start a fight are on the low ground. They're going to be able to get right back onto the high ground, taking that zip line. And another fight happening right over here by Survey Camp, trying to take control over the train tracks, but this is going to be a lot of action on the other side of the rock where the circle is going to be pulling towards Skyhook.
Fluid Gaming have such a beautiful crossfire set up, though. You can see they've got every angle now. Got basically pinning this team into the building. That's going to allow Devi to come in with those barrels, try and choke them out, but really takes a lot of damage from these Arc Stars now. They need to buy some time for him to heal up, and now they are starting to lose containment on this squad. If this takes any longer, it does seem like a third party is starting to show up. So Matt has to back away himself. They're getting pushed up top, but Devi gets the 1 clip, takes out Amzoop, and now you can see he wants to try and punish this one, but they can start playing this one slow once more. Enemy bubble has been utilized as well, and oh my goodness, this R3 is melting the squad. Now Fluid Gaming coming in masked with that flank will be able to get the knock onto Rowdy Life as they get 1 res, I believe, inside the building now. Bubble out as they're going for the kicks on the doors. Thermite as well. Devi now has that door controlled as Relay comes in from the other side. He gets challenged, but it's not enough. Devi will pick up his 2nd knock, and that's going to be the full squad wipe.
Can we talk about that crossfire that you were mentioning, Jamerson? The follow-up, the synergy that we are seeing from Fluid Gaming. What a way to take that fight. Some of that KP. This squad finished in 6 in game number 1, and now they're starting game number 2 fantastically with that KP, and in such a good position too, because they're not going to be contested on this northern part of the map right now, leaving away from Survey Camp. You could see it right here as they are going to have kind of free reign and going through those train tracks if they want to kind of tickle a bit in the circle and move away into that northern part of Skyhook. We're going to have to see here, as we can see again, that circle is pulling so hard towards Skyhook, and there are already so many squads already holding on to some of these buildings here.
Yeah, by my count, we have quote-unquote 5 or 6 squads outside of the ring right now. And I say 6 squads, quote-unquote, because Alazura is still alive, ratting this one out on the edges for his team. And this is a difficult one to try and rat out because we are seeing the return of a lot of Bloodhounds. And so it becomes that much more difficult to try and survive, but he's doing a fairly decent job. Unfortunately for him, this is a very slow game to try and rat in. This looks like a proper, pro league game with the pacing of this matchup so far. So he's got his work cut out for him so far. Team Dumpers, though, making their way up, and it looks like they want to make their next move for this one. As the pings have gone down towards that sniper building. Foolsy does have his port here, but looks like they're going to be able to get some free rotation movement here. This looks like no one even peeking them, but for now, they're just going to take the more passive approach here, as really they're under no pressure to move quite yet.
Yeah, they were pinging this building, but we've seen already, Jamerson, 2 squads have made their way over here. RCO holding onto the high ground, but for how long can they stay here before they want to get some of this KP? Doesn't look like they have much on board other than some damage here. And so Sleepy Panda does have that portal, but they don't want to give away this spot to another squad who's eyeing that too. After looking at Dumpers, they were already putting in some pings, but they're also testing out their waters to see where they can rotate safely.
Yeah, and I think you're just kind of waiting to see where that third ring pull is.
Mm.
Teams haven't been able to. We do have. It does seem like a beacon up here. No, wait, no, that's not a beacon. I got baited.
Oh,
But
that actually does look like one.
yeah, I was like, wait. Like I looked at it, and I was like, there's usually is there typically a beacon there? But sometimes your eyes deceive you. Right now, though, team start a fight. Matt Pickett, not quite with the loadout that he usually goes with, but he does have that long range option with the 30-30. And it looked like he basically had the idea. He wants the Prowler, he wants the triple take. He's gonna go ahead and use these guns as the mules for those attachments. Just unfortunate that he hasn't been able to pick it up, and I don't know if he's going to have the ability to pick it up with how many teams are in this area. If you even get into a fight, you know that a third party is going to be coming, so there's going to be almost no opportunity to try and loot up any fights. You have to instantly recover, so we'll see. But there it is, TDG, our winners from game number 1, but currently in third place, by the way. Slow playing this one out again, and it does seem like Tony, that's his comfort pick. He is going with that Bangalore.
I think girls just try to determine where they want to move after this. They have a lot of damage on board. Looking across at TDG, we saw some damage put down by Girl 2, and they've been able to caustic barrel up this house too. So this squad, looking at this composition, they don't have the Gibby, which is the issue here because they don't have the ability to clear some of that space to rotate safely. So that's why they've been playing this so patiently and more poke heavy, because although they have the Valkyrie for those rotations, they're already in the position that they want to be currently in Skyhook. And look at this fight happening over at the train tracks. We're noting it before, though. Looking at the squad having to rotate from survey, and my neck, my back in some trouble. Cody managing to get that res.
But they lose out on Mooney throughout all of this as well. Unfortunate for them. Matt Pickett ended up sniping one of those, I believe, that 30-30 coming in for him to take him out. But Petty Boss trying to heal up, and Cody, unfortunately, it almost looked like he got shot off the bridge there, but he kind of made the conscious decision to just fall down. He'll have another opportunity. There's still about a full minute for him to try and go. For this, he's got the port as well, but on the edges, Alazura ratting this one out. Has he been spotted? The ring's coming in, but he's just on the edge, and he'll be able to survive here. No scans for this squad for Big 3 protagonists, so they don't know that he's there. We'll see how long they hang around for. They might have heard him. As you can see, Adam is kind of just running around on the side, but it does seem like he's backing away. So Alazura is just sweating throughout all of this. Will survive for another ring.
Yeah, it's extra funny because Alazura is Bloodhound, so you can see that Alazura probably saw those footsteps, knew that they were up ahead if you didn't hear them before, and now Big 3 protagonists are trying to move forward, maybe trying to see if anybody's on those train tracks here. And look at where the circle is pulling. We had 2 squads holding onto that sniper tower by Skyhook, but it's going to be pulling straight to the west, so we're going to have a lot of that action happening. Once those squads are forced to drop down, they are only able to play around those crates that are meeting them down below.
Yeah, so big market ending here, but typically I believe this circle ends up pulling out to the open ground just outside, in between market and that 5-story building to the south of it. So a lot of teams are going to try and start prioritizing that for now. Literally vibing, though. Not able to find the early game kills that they did in game number 1 as Big 3 protagonists making a big boy rotation through Skyhook, landing right on top of a team. Damn, has to get some damage here. He's got to be careful. They're actually split up. You can see Hoshi's all the way by market by himself, and now Big 3 protagonists find themselves in the middle of Skyhook, and that's why you can't go for these kinds of rotates. Bubble's already been used. Away is smelling blood in the water, and they want to try and go after them. Hoshi has been able to reconnect with his squad, and this might be the big port to get them to safety. And surprisingly enough, no one is contesting them over at market. OA loses out on their opportunity to try and get some early kills.
That was the best case scenario for Big 3 protagonists right there. Like you mentioned, Jamerson, those redeploys late game are so risky because look how many squads are still in this lobby. We've only lost 1 squad, and now we have Big 3 protagonists taking control over market, where we see where the circle is going to be pulling. So they were able to predict nicely here as they are going to be able to secure this. But for how long? They did move here early. They do know that there's another squad on the other side, the building that they were able to land on, and another squad pinging at them from the high ground right next door.
It's incredible to me how often in these rings that market goes uncontested. Big Three are able to pick that one up for free, and we saw with that scan that this is where it's going to be pulling. Surprisingly enough, Big Three protagonists, they didn't have the scan themselves. They did not quite know that it was going here, but they got this position for free, and now it's one of the power positions. Fluid Gaming, though, making the rotate in now, a bit late to the Skyhook party here, and they're getting greeted with some shots. Might be a start of fight. You can see the 30-30 shots ringing. They do connect onto Relay, though. You can see they're trying to use this cover to try and creep up. It's literally vibing, keeping an eye on them, and
Wow.
there's the knock. Relay, we saw that he was taking a lot of damage early on. He was on that big boy. Ring starting to creep in as well. We'll see if they can secure this thirst at the very least, but Fate wants to get involved now, as literally vibing has a team dropping on top of them over in this diner building now, so they've got to be careful. Unfortunately for them, they're not able to pick this up. TDG coming in for that third party, though. They're not going to allow the rest to happen. Devi does get finished off along with Mask, and TDG desperately needed this loot. They rotated in early. You saw that they were running out of ammo, so this is a huge pickup for them.
And that's exactly what they wanted there too. They wanted to still play that building without giving up that space and still being able to come in for the perfect third party with literally vibing, seeing that their loot is being taken right before their eyes after putting pressure on that squad that TDG were able to take. Now, they were the ones calling the shots. They're the ones moving in, but guess what? They're moving in on TDG with Girl on the caustic. You can't push into those barrels, and now you see the Bangalore coming down. You're going to have to move out of this situation. As you can see them moving away from here. They're going to have to respect TDG. They've taken control of that building, but everyone's going to have to move soon in less than a minute.
Oh, that creeping barrage, though, not being able to use it, or Rolling Thunder, I forget. As it comes up as both names. But anyhow, not having that Bangalore ultimate is a little bit of a detriment, because I feel like it could be extremely useful. It's hard to tell because we don't get to cast Bangalore gameplay. It's been a while since like season 0 of Apex, where she used to be, you know, the third pickup in compositions.
Or your Shiv.
Yeah, or your Shiv. But yeah, it could have been extremely useful here with so many teams that are rotating through Skyhook now, and you can see this hard Western pull. Casuals have been able to make their way into a building here for this ring, as you can see that Stick Drift OP get taken out by Start a Fight. And so Team Start a Fight continuing to hold a lead in this lobby now. They're on top of that sniper building, and this is a beautiful play or place for Matt Pickett to play off of. If they're looking for these kills, they'll have that Valkyrie redeploy, I believe, as the zone starts closing in. They might just have to hoof this one. Big question is, does Fate have himself a port just in case for his squad? And he does. Gets it down, and it's just on the edge of the next fight. Oh my goodness, what a huge nade from Brummy.
2 nades, the thermite, and then the actual frag that did it in here. Start a fight, looking to still keeping up all this KP. Fate racking up 3 kills. Now the kill leader is also rocking the G7 on top of that. This is the squad that got second place in game number 1 with 9 kills. If they have an equally successful game here, even taking the dub, they're surely going to be taking the overall leaderboards, but they need to start moving with the circle right behind them. They're going to be stuck against these crates here, and the bombardment on top of that. So Cherry here, right here for this squad, as they are able to take control of these crates and still manage to get some cover. But this is where a lot of these squads are going to be rotating away from Skyhook in general, and now Start a Fight may find themselves pinched.
Big plays coming out from Start a Fight there, though. You saw that defensive bombardment going down. They actually utilized that port that they had dropped down to avoid a lot of the fighting, or excuse me, avoid a lot of the damage there. They take some ring damage, but they don't take shield damage, and so they're able to just reset. Team Nightmare still alive, but there it is, that ring pull over towards that market side. We saw Big Three protagonists again getting market for free somehow, and that is where the ending, the next ring will be pulling. We have 13 squads remaining, 36 players left, so we might have a few rats, and I believe Alazura finally did get finished off, so he is not counted amongst the rats there for Team Asteria. Team running late, though, on top of Team Nightmare, and this is typically what happens here in the Skyhook zones. These buildings, they have so many levels. You have so many squads that are basically stacked on top of each other, and when a ring pull happens like this, you're in big trouble.
And with running late, they were on this building for that beacon for so long, but with the circle pulling away from them, they're going to be forced into the line of sight of the squads off to their right. They have to play the fence, but they see the squad, right in front of them? Oh, that's brave, and they're not going to get shot at. Okay, the bombardment was kind of like the insurance. They're forcing them to go inside the building so that way they can utilize this redeploy safely. They're going to get all the way towards the north circle, but there's already a squad waiting for them on the other side.
Yeah, that squad is actually playing inside the fissure. There's a little dip in for them to play off of, which provides a lot of cover with that bridge as well. But you can see the big pile up right now. This is definitely looking like the 405 South. We're seeing a lot of traffic here, and that's a big pile up. You can see literally vibing, trying to pick up some of those, but it's only Moose and getting one throughout all of that. And just like that, basically half the lobby is dead. We're down to 9 squads now. 08 finding themselves in the middle of a huge bombardment, but they survive. TDG though running in the zone, and now they're picking up some kills, but Tony's about to go down. He needs to make it in. It doesn't matter. RCO is there to pick up these kills. You can see now the market side. It looks like it's Black Friday over here as Gas Station Gaming picks up away, but are they going to be able to recover? They're basically surviving with almost no HP. Big recovery there from Icy River as Clinical gets a knock onto Hoshi now. Rambo, though, on this Ash, throws down that Tether to control the corner there, but they've lost out on Clinical. They need a bubble. They're going to try and survive behind this knockdown shield, but you can see Sleeping Panda desperately wants to take him out, and he will be able to finish him off. Gets a second knock onto Rambo, and now there's just one left for this squad. And Icy River will fall. RCO Esports now cleaning up the north side of the map. We're down to 4 squads remaining.
What? How did that go from the amount of squads that we had before to 4 squads already? The fighting's still happening over at Market with RCO just looking at the action happening. It's Dumpers just playing as a 2-man right here. If you wanted to sell Gibby as a character, buy 1, get 2 domes free. That was a fight that we just watched. Kim Chili taking a lot of that pressure though. He's holding the other side of the wall with RCO now moving in. This is going to be the last 2 remaining more of this gameplay slowed down, but then once we saw more squads rotate into these open areas, you had teams like Start a Fight already holding on to that higher ground. Although they went down when they had to be forced out of that building and forced to rotate, I believe they ended up in 12th place. They were fragging out, as you can see right there in the replay. They were able to rack up, I believe, 8 kills overall despite that, but this is where the lobby went down from having 12 squads to just 4 squads in one fight. It was absolutely insane.
Yeah, and this is also kind of displays the difference in the gameplay style, right? When we have a very action-heavy game number 1 that started at the beginning, we saw that at TDG, who were the ultimate winners of the lobby, only had 3 kills, but it became different for RCO because so many more teams were alive throughout that scramble for this last ring, and so they had a lot more opportunities. This is a bit more classic, what we expect. When you end up in first place, the kills come to you, you'll have something like anywhere between 7 to 9 kills for that. RCO, though, in game number 2 ended up with 8 kills throughout, so that's going to be a plus 20 for them. Big 3 protagonists. Remember, we saw them making that big boy rotation with that Valkyrie just all the way across Skyhook, and that paid off for them.
You'd love to see it too, because this squad was the third squad to actually go down in game number 1, and not only were they able to get 3rd place, they were also able to get 8 kills on top of that with those rotations. They were in a great position as well to go through that northern part of Skyhook, and I want to see that going into game number 3, because we still got just 4 more games to go here. So a lot of these squads now racking up a lot of these kills. Let's see how that's going to trickle down to the next game.
Speaking of other teams that ended up getting 8 kills there, Start a Fight along with Team Casuals, and you mentioned it at the start of the broadcast that, kills end up being very important here. And so if you're able to maintain about 8 to 10 points per game, it doesn't matter how you do it, whether it's off placements or whether it's off of kills. As long as you're getting those 8 to 10 points, you put yourself in really good running throughout the rest of the day. We still have 4 games left to go, and it's been 2 northern zones in a row now. We'll see if maybe the battlefield changes, but here is the seasonal leaderboard. This is the most important one so far, about being able to make your way into the relegation matches that will be taking place in January. And right now, Start a Fight looking really good, along with Literally Vibing and RCO.
And I like to see how Start a Fight, even though they went down a little early in game number 2, despite being able to get all those kills, like you were saying, those kills matter. That's why they're still on the top here with 27 points, but Literally Vibing, another squad that has been really aggressive, wants to also be able to try to contest this because they're just a few points away, but they were able to get 3 kills in that last game. I want to see them still come out on top game number 3 in a very similar way that we were able to see them in game number 1, but still Start a Fight just contesting them for the amount of kills that they could take in a lobby, because game 1, they walked away with 9. Game 2, they still walked away with 8. It's about those kills aside from those placement points. Despite seeing even teams like TDG take that first game, you can see exactly why they're not up there right now with Start a Fight and the other squad right there that was able to take 8 kills, especially with RCO Esports too, that have been so consistent throughout the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, they are starting to show up, and we were talking about it during the break. When we said they were a team to watch in Challenger Circuit 1s and 2, it was basically because they're a team that evolved. They're a team that gets better over time, and they learn to adjust with the lobby, but they just need a lot more time to adjust with the lobby. And it looks like they might have done it here in game number 2, in week number 3. But this was also a ring that kind of favored them. They had the priority. They came over from Lava Fissure, and so they had that opportunity to get into a really good spot, and I think they had a really good read. When we saw that rotation coming out from squads, we knew that there was a team that was playing that northwest side, and that was RCO. So was it positioning, or was it the adjustments coming out from them? Those questions will be answered. We have 4 more games left to go. We're getting game number 3 loaded up right now, and I think one of the big questions I have for this, we're seeing adjustments coming out from squads. We're seeing some of the 50-50s not taking place where we saw them before, and now we're starting to see a lot more teams over at Skyhook, surprisingly enough, Vicky.
And of course, we had a circle pull all the way over there too. So with a lot of those squads starting off on that northwestern part of the map, you saw a lot of that action already being contested for those early buildings that a lot of these teams wanted to secure. We're seeing the Cossack compositions come out from teams like TDG that are also running the Bangalore too. So having those compositions in mind is also extremely important for what these teams want to do in terms of their positioning. Do they want to secure the positioning first and foremost, or are we going to see a lot of these teams get aggressive early like Literally Vibing did in game number 1?
Yeah, again, two northern zone pulls, but we're not seeing as much fighting on the south. But here we go, heading into game number 3 of the NA Challenger circuits. That means we have 4 left to go, loading up once again. And we're not really seeing much in differences. I don't think too many teams are changing off what they want to go with. It is a little bit early in the day, but so far we're seeing a good amount of Bloodhounds. I love the compositions, the difference in compositions we're seeing. The only thing we're not seeing is basically success out of our one solo crypto team. So we'll see if OA can try and pick something up.
Yeah, and Gas Station Gaming also running the Ash too. We haven't gotten to see much Ash, but I believe that's the only squad running the Ash, so it's interesting to see how they do here. So we get to see where some of these squads are going to be landing, but okay, we got to take things to the extremes, Jamerson. We got to go all the way to the north. Now it's time to go to the south here, and we've seen these circles before. Sometimes these circles either pull all the way towards the southernmost building of launch site, or even in between that eggshell building that is between launch site and dome, which allows a lot of these teams already making those rotations away from Lava City, away from Lava Siphon. Very happy, and especially that squad that usually tries to contest launch site. Hopefully there isn't a 50-50 this time around though.
For Team Dumpers, you saw they were the team that were able to get that scan for us, and we saw the initial ping. They think it's going over towards that mini dome that you were talking about, the mini eggshell in between launch site and dome. But right now, ALGS Gaming is trying to loot up here, and I'm not sure if they were able to pick up the scan. It looks like they were. They should know, but their biggest priority is the fact that they are getting contested here. You can see now, with so many northern teams, I feel like this could be a very fast-paced game. We might have a lot of early game action.
And I love to see it because you got to pay attention to those choke points. I'm looking at that choke point leaving Fragment into a Harvester. You got to look at that choke point from Frag East into Geyser. So a lot of these squads here, especially leaving Lava Fissure and Staging, that's also going to be another hot spot here as our teams are already on the run. They are already trying to find a way to make this rotation here. Looking at Alazora, who had to play game number 2 as a rat for Asteria. Now they want to change things up here as they have the purple Evo, 2 blue Evos, but it looks like they're actually getting pinged by 2 squads from both angles.
I'm not sure why they decided to rotate basically this way on the northern side of launch site, but now they're just kind of stuck. The bubble's been used as well. They have the opportunity to try and move through the choke between tree and launch, and now they're just using all their cooldowns to back away, getting chipped at from the teams over at Lava Siphon right now, and Drago waiting for his cooldown to come back up, but he does do some damage, forcing them back, allowing him to actually rotate in for free. But yeah, kind of surprising for them to have moved this way.
I'm wondering if they just wanted to cause chaos here, just wanted to pull attention from the 2 squads that they were going to have to meet out here as ALGS Gaming. They cut their losses. They know that they can't do anything about that. They're just going to make their next move to rotate. They also saw that, you know, Alazora and the squad Asteria were actually getting shot on the low ground. So now they could also plan their rotation based off of that, based off of where that other squad may be. And is this another squad actually making their move already to their southern part of the map? This is what I was talking about before, too. Just depending on that composition, you're going to see a lot of these early rotations coming out, especially from the squads that have that Valkyrie to utilize that redeploy.
I'm wondering if that was a redeploy or if that was actually a balloon rotate coming out, because I believe you can reach that.
Yeah.
And so it was the balloon. That means they've got the Valkyrie redeployed now. So they're going to make a hard push towards the eastern side and get some decent scanning in along the way as well. And oh no, the skies are not clear. A lot of teams coming in here, and they're just going to try and book it into the southern building. But you have to imagine there's a team in there, even though they're not getting the scans. But what? Is it free? Was it actually free?
Free real estate. I'm wondering if that was the squad that was taking shots at them, that was slightly on the low ground away from that southern building from launch site, and that would have been lethal there because that squad would have had time to loot in the middle and still maintain their position in that south building. But you know what? We're going to have to see as now we take a look at Dumpers who are making their rotation. They also have that beacon right there. You can see enemy being able to track some of these footsteps and note that maybe they have a squad right in front of them, and they are going to be able to track down this squad that they're right behind. And they also have the Beast of the Hunt that they can pop too. But already a lot of the action heating up here on the southern part of the circle, right outside of Dome.
Ooh, Flinzar barely surviving. He was literally one shot there, throwing down that dome to heal up for now. They'll actually be able to secure. It does seem like that world drop coming in. We'll see what gun comes down. They're going to need it because they don't have much in terms of ammo. You saw he only had about 2 clips left with that R301. Team Nightmare, though, playing the platform on the northeast side of launch site now. And oh no, that's Matt Pickett going down. So teams start a fight, losing out in arguably one of their stronger fragger players on the squad. So we'll see if they can get him back in. It's still pretty early on. There are a lot of res points. As you can see, Stick Drift OP now still trying to heavily fight over this, and does look like they will be able to secure it. EXO already dropping a lot of things to free up the inventory. Gets himself a purple armor. That's going to be quite nice for them, along with the bats. And I didn't get to see exactly what he got on that third slot.
I'm wondering if that was the gold extended light mag. Not too sure there, actually, as EXO had that on the R301. But double domes have been used here. See Kimchi Lee moving in. Cheesy Potato trying to hold the door, but let it open. But Kimchi Lee gets burned down as they funnel themselves through the doorway. They get the first knock, but they still 1v1 here, rather 2v1 here. And Dumpers now managed to come out on top. They can get that res, and they're also going to be able to loot up quickly here off to the side. But another squad already making their way. That's Asteria.
There's the res, and they don't have an arbor swap, unfortunately, for Kimchi Lee, so he's gonna have to slow play this one now. Asteria with the nades in, scanned up. They've got scans of their own, but the nades are gonna force them in. Defensive bombardment, and Drago goes down. Fozy picks that up with the Arc Star, forcing out an early bubble, but they cannot res quite yet. Alizura has gone down. Fozy picks up another one, and now Rev is the only one left alive. And what a beautiful recovery coming out from Team Dumpers.
Dumpers coming out on top from that fight. It also looked like Asteria was getting pinged by another squad behind them there. Not too sure if there's already a squad just trying to get line of sight over Dumpers over here. If that is the case, Dumpers still may need to move in the direction of where Double Negative is, with RCO Esports already making the rotation with that redeploy. They are going to be able to take this building right here by Dome. Sometimes we do see the circle pull in this direction, but a lot of teams like to hang out by the edge of the circle here, so that way they could contest any other squads actually rotating away from Lava City.
I believe there is a team, and there it is, TDG, just on the south side, outside of the dome for now. So they can't really play for the beacon anymore. You see Durango was trying to keep an eye on it. Missile Swarm not quite connecting onto him, but you can see RCO, a team that does highly prioritize the macro, highly prioritize getting center zone and priority position for it. They'll have priority over this beacon as well. It's just on the edge of the next ring, and so I believe they'll be able to get it for free, but they're still going to have to use a bubble for that. You can see now not too many teams on the edges. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4 of them, as OA might find themselves in a fight over at Lava Siphon in just a moment.
Yeah, this squad is actually, too, having to rotate away from Harvester. I'm looking at casuals that are taking this a lot slower here. And interesting to see how a lot of these squads already holding off to the west point of launch are going to be easily able to contest those squads that want to go through that choke point. Petty Boss getting shot at, so does Mooney, as they are going to be able to take control over the rock here. But like we saw earlier, TDG are right on the other side here, and it looks like my neck, my back want to rotate to take that space.
It's zone number 2. We've talked about it before. You can tank this one quite easily. It just it's a small tickle there. But they've got to be aware of this. We'll see if Mooney can actually hit down the scan to realize that there is a full team there. And I think they might have just spotted them. So they should know they have to be prepared for a fight as soon as they come out of this zone.
See how they play this out. They're also going to have to heal up some of those shields as they were getting shot at before, looking at Mooney. But the defensive bombardment here, forcing out the dome from Kimchi Lee. They're trying to move away in this. Dumpers now trying to take this fight, just as they did before on Asteria that wanted to contest them for that space. Now it's their turn, as running late now are trying to hold them back. But they still have a white evil shield on Kuzme. So that's going to actually be detrimental here, as running late may actually let Dumpers know that it's time to go forward.
Yeah, and Lightstar Joe's got the 30-30, so he's not that great for that close hand combat. As you can see, the PK in the hands of Kimchi Lee. It's going to be a big difference between these Gibraltar fights, but nice Missile Storm to keep them at bay. Beast the Hunt catches enemy off guard a little bit, but there we go. The first knock onto Kuzma, and that was that white evil shield that you were talking about, Vicky. 00 Negative is the next one to fall, and now Dumpers with another team fight win. The scan out will delay the third party. It's actually a full disengage from them. Team Dumpers are coming up huge here in game number 3.
every real estate that they've been able to fight for is free real estate for dumpers because they are just shoving these teams aside and moving exactly where they want to move. They also got the beacon right in front if they want to actually utilize the dome and use it for that moment here. But this is a great spot for them to sit in as a circle. As we've seen before, can pull in this direction, RCO on the other side. And this is what I was talking about before with RCO actually giving up the building that they were in, wondering where my neck, my back may be rotating for, because RCO is looking at TDG, who are holding this side of the outer dome for a while.
We only saw two. I can't tell if there's a third through that outline. Maybe TDG lost out on one. And so we're still trying to get some feedback on where my neck, my back might have gone. But over here at the Lava City Tunnel now, we do have Moose and Jaren and Banshee trying to push in, literally vibing. Our top team from game number 1 had like 20 points overall, looking for more kills here as they're trying to push in with these arc stars, forcing them back from cover to cover. Double arc star in, and now Jaren's, they force them straight into the vault now as they continue to push them back. Bubble out from either side. You can see the third party coming in as well. Jaren's has to be careful, but he's got the first knock. Rowdy Life to go down. It's a 3v2, quick reset for them. As you can see, yeah, the third party is there and they want to back away. Good decision making coming up from literally vibing, but was the call made a little bit too late? Luda gets the knock onto Jaren's, but now they do have some cover, and it looks like last minute will not pull the trigger on a full push, allowing them to go for that res.
They want to hold this spot right here. They know that they could just get snuck up on by another third party right behind them, but they do get that knock. They're not going to be able to finalize that pick, though, and Unorganized were the ones that were trying to tip out of that situation, as they were the ones that were getting pinged at the very start by literally vibing, and now they are going to be able to get them here as KGG actually on the other side. They're on the other side of the tunnel.
It's a lurk play coming out, but you can see Banshee knows what's up. He feels like there's someone here.
A disturbance.
And he's getting taken down. Bubble out from either side now as Cage Pup wants to take advantage of this. They've got the HP advantage, but oh, the Arc Star takes out 2 of their shields. Tanko goes down, and now literally vibing have flipped the script on them, taking them out. Jaren, though, might go down. Last minute gets flanked. No, it's Petty Boss with a huge triple take from long range to take him out. What the instant thirst. Literally vibing can now coast off of this, but you can see inside that vault tunnel as well, that third player was rezzed up, and so they will have to basically play on the outside of the cage now. Last minute, do they have a mobile respawn beacon for this res?
He got pinged from so high up on the ground too. Last minute now playing as a duo, whereas we saw literally vibing almost getting jumped in that situation, but still coming back. Those arc stars really helping them out in both those fights that they found themselves inside those tunnels, as now last minute are just trying to see where they can rotate. They want to try to play the edge here, but do they want to play the edge as a 2-man? That is a question that last minute is forced to face. If they don't have some sort of mobile respawn beacon like Gas Station Gaming right here, actually losing Rambo and now having to play as a 2-man squad, forced in this dome, just trying to keep this squad circle kept in this circle. But now with less than a minute, squad's gonna have to be pushing forward soon with Gas Station playing on the low ground.
But this is a zone that starts hurting, and so that team is really forced under pressure. Even as a 2-man, Gas Station Gaming have a huge opportunity to come up with a +3. Defensive bombardment has been used by Icy River. He doesn't get anything off of it, but it keeps them in there. And it looks like one has gone down to the ring, and a ring of fire from I don't even know where comes in. And now Icy River drops down to off of it, but it keeps them in there. And it looks like one has gone down to the ring, and a ring of fire from I don't even know where comes in. And now Icy River drops down to the low. They're trying to keep an eye on the squad, but it looks like they were able to back away just in time. So Gas Station Gaming now just waiting there on the edges. We got another 45 seconds before the zone starts closing, and that's beautiful timing to get Rambo back into this game.
And they were able to call that in here too. You could see the res also coming in from Cold Cloud. That's the Fuse squad that you were talking about. They're the ones that had the Ring of Fire, but I guess they just wanted to put that out there just in case. Gas Station Gaming are now going to be able to get that res onto Rambo, with Icy just being able to give some of that suppressed fire over to the side to prevent a push. And now look at this high ground here. Sometimes we see the circle getting pulled and Unorganized having to get 2 reses, only utilizing a crate, but they may have gotten scanned. Not too sure if that was just outside of the range ever so slightly, but the dome is going to be able to help them out.
I believe that was my neck, my back that got that, but they're not ready to give up the position just quite yet. We're seeing that hard pull down to the south side. A lot of pings came down. Team Dumpers was one of them, trying to take this position here at the mini dome, just outside of dome. Psycho taking more damage now. He's still trying to slow heal up, and that's unfortunate. No med kits for them. Means they're going to be out of a fight for a long time. Big three protagonists, though, playing on the north side, gatekeeping a lot of the squads on the edges here on the north. Defensive bombardment comes out a little bit too late. Misses the mark there, so Adayam is going to miss out on that for now, but they still at least have hold of this building, which is paramount for them. But now it's going to be the big question. Will this ring continue to pull down to the south-hand side? Team Nightmare find themselves caught up. There's a team coming up behind them. You can see Stick Drift OP also forcing them onto the low. Defensive bombardment has been used. Krizik gets out of there by himself. You can see big connects with those defensive bombardments. And Team Nightmare just down to Krizik here. Missile Swarm right on top of him. He had just healed up that shield as well. Now looks like Code Cloud want to finish him off. Aim God will get thirsted, but Krizik is still alive for the time being. But now Code Cloud, they're getting turned on. Krizik takes out Jimothy. Stick Drift OP coming in for the third party here, and they are out. Team Nightmare survive for just a moment longer. Krizik will get away, get top 12 along with the kill for his team as this wrap, but they are on the hunt. Here is Stick Drift OP to clean them up. We're now down to 11 squads.
Cleaning up all the fights over to the side. Stick Drift OP. Krizik lived for so long, but now could not live any longer. Boxer T also on that low ground, has that dome for some protection, but look at Petty trying to climb his way up onto the high ground, just trying to push out Prob Garrett, who just got res, by the way. Last minute had played this as a two-man, but Luda losing that shield even though they were able to pop that Q.
That was a big, I believe, arc star that kind of just landed on top of them. Luda does heal up. Sykes might be slow healing throughout all of this. Oh, they are running out of heals. You can see them handing out these cells like, well, sorry guys, Halloween was a few weeks ago, but that's a nice treat for them. Still gonna have to slow heal throughout this one, and you can see now it is a hard pull down towards that mini dome. We saw why the teams were pinging that out, and they've already used this dome, so if they do have that Valkyrie deploy, it's going to be a very, very scary one. They're getting pinged from across the map from all angles here. They might have to give up this height soon.
And look who's right underneath them still, too. It's my neck, my back that have been trying to climb on this Pride Rock for so long, but don't find the opportunity to do so. And last minute still there, and they're getting pinged now. Prob Garrett going down. There's not much you could do with this on White Evo. He just built it up to blue, and now he gets taken out. Luda also has no shield. Sykes just managed to get the shield swap here. If he could just help out Luda heal up, pop those shield cells. But like you were saying, those slow heals take so much time as you see Sykes trying to take an off angle.
Sykes is just down to that Volt. He has only, I believe, 40 bullets total. 51 bullets total. He somehow doesn't have a secondary, unfortunately, and so their chances are almost null and void at this point. Another team coming up behind OA. They've got to be careful. Bubble out from Blakeu as Boxer T tries to hold the line for himself now. That team pushing up, and the massive shot goes wide for Boxer T. He does not connect, but they drop down, comes in. It was Mooney by himself, and that means my neck, my back are out. Beautiful Q to survive for a little bit longer, but that does mean he'll lose out on his teammate. That's Sykes coming in. Boxer T versus Sykes in a 1v1, but he gets cleaned up by another team from the third party as Sykes will ultimately go down as well. You can see the teams that were able to take position over at Mini Dome celebrating for that positioning, and one of the teams on the edges, it's RCO, winners from game number 2.
Not surprised here. RCO is a very position-heavy team. They've been playing the back end here for so long. We had also seen them earlier try to take a building over by the dome, also try to contest teams like TDG here, who not too sure if they're actually still alive here. Off to the side, TDG still holding onto the rock. I wasn't too sure earlier if it was a duo, but looks like it may be a full squad here with Dumpers not contested for the Southern Circle, fighting for that ground, and now rocking all full red Evos, as well as a front row seat to a lot of this fighting happening on this open field in front of them.
This is a scary rotate. We'll see if Fulsky has the port for them to try and get in, but doing this is going to be able to make it a lot more easy for them to try and rotate in without having to utilize their cooldowns for now. Scan out from Dumpers, enemy. It was a little bit short onto this squad behind the rocks for now, but it looks like we have a push onto RCO. They've lost out on 2 holidays gone. Banshee just wipes them up, literally vibing, take them out, and now this is going to be a free rotate for them. because they got that team fight win. So they do have to be careful with the lurk. Take a look, TDG just outside, and they might actually be in for the next ring.
And this is their game plan. Their game plan is to be patient, wait for an opportunity, so that way they're not revealing where they can get pinched here with literally vibing, now taking a RCO Esports. It's for a reason, but they are able to rack up that KP. That's the main difference right here with literally vibing now, having to try to rotate in front of Dumpers who are still taking these shots. They managed to rotate, but now you can see Kimchi Lee getting focus fired off to the side.
They pick up 2 kills throughout all of that. That's going to be another full team fight. White or team of Dumpers. Beautiful scan out from enemy to stop any third parties. And take a look at this mini dome position. Everyone's basically got their own walls, but we have 2 teams in the south right now, basically on the edge of the map. They've got to be careful not to slide down. Kimchi Lee will take a center position here. Beautiful angle with that R301, forcing them behind cover now. Trying to find another off angle here, but he's got to be careful as he's getting pushed by 2 members. He does have that bubble. He's going to try and heal up, utilizing an enemy bubble throughout all of this, and his teammates got his back as well. He's going to go for a repeat though with this PK, but he's not going to like what he sees if he turns that corner. Does back away though. Now Team Dumpers, they've got to be careful. They've got a lot of kill points. They need the +12 to really put kibosh on this one, but they lose out on enemy now. Backing away, Kimchi Lee has that bubble, and he'll have that fast res and the gold bag as well.
Everything that Dumpers needs, but now they were in the circle, but now the squad pushing in on them, taking advantage is Moosin, but Dumpers come out on top again with that gold backpack coming in clutch for enemy. The shield drop to immediately go in to restabilize, and there's no other squad to try to contest Dumpers here, so they're gonna be able to fully restabilize with the last 3 remaining teams being on the other side of the eggshell.
This is one of the most awkward endings I've seen. I have never seen 2 teams just holding the south side, basically almost OTM, and oh my god, Team Dumpers. I don't know what was in their Wheaties this morning, but man, they are performing out of their mind right now. You can see Hoshi has this high ground angle. Keep an eye on TDG. Everyone is trying to focus down Team Dumpers currently, but Big 3 protagonists are losing out on this exchange so far. It does seem like we'll have almost the same priority. Team Dumpers might actually have the highest priority throughout all of this. Hoshi with some nice cheeky shots, but he's got to be careful. He only has 6 shots left in this PK. He needs to hold that for basically the last fight. Take a look at TDG. They are out of heals, and they're going to be out of cover very shortly. Foolsy setting up the angle on the left-hand side. Big connects finally out from Hoshi there, and they're literally 1 shot below them. He needs to go for the peak, misses out on that shot. Why don't you go for the flatline? There we go, finishing them off, and that's why he has no ammo left. And I gotta imagine that TDG have nothing left either. This is gonna be all Team Dumpers now coming in from either side. There's the kill onto TDG. It's the final 2 squads remaining as Big 3 protagonists try to take the fight up against Team Dumpers, but there is nothing left in the tank. Team Dumpers finished off strong, and I feel like this might have been a 30-point game for Team Dumpers.
They just went absolutely crazy. They took control over every building that they fought for, and they won every single trade there. Even being able to have that free range to rotate away from launch site into dome without being contested while still picking up kills at the same time. Team Dumpers just had an insane game. Also really surprised that TDG were able to live for as long as they were on that southern point of the map when you had teams like My Neck and RCO fighting for that control over that Pride Rock that we had seen at the very end where Big 3 protagonists had actually taken over off their left. So those last 3 squads racking up those placement points, but Dumpers not only racked up that victory, they also racked up so many kills at the same time.
We've already finished off 3 fantastic games here in Challenger Circuit week number 3. That means we have 3 more left to go. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back for the second half of the Challenger Circuit week number 3 right after this. All right, welcome back, guys, to the ALGS Challenger Circuit week number 3. And in game number 3, Team Dumpers came out on top with a massive game. It was a 32-point game for them, winning team fight after team fight. Basically, our replay package is almost all Team Dumpers.
Yeah, I mean, when you have Team Dumpers closing out with 20 kills in total, they took out 20 players in this lobby, Jamerson. That is absolutely insane. But you know what? I'm not surprised. This is still the team that got first in the finals for the second week of the Challenger Circuit. And in addition to that, they had finished in first in the first week too, winning 3 out of the 6 games that we were able to see them perform in, even getting second in that last game for that week. So you know what? They're continuing on their legacy. They're continuing on this aggression. They're trying to be able to stay consistent here with squads like RCO Esports and literally Vibing, My Neck, My Back. A lot of these teams are consistently being able to get this placement, getting these kills, but it's always Dumpers that are able to not only get those placements, but get the kills on top of that.
Yeah, the big question is it going to be the three-peat for them with 3 games left to go? They are definitely putting their name up for that. And that was you mentioned it, Vicky, right there. The gold bag res was so huge for them to immediately have that res right back into the fight. And this is the finish for Team Dumpers later on. And it was just the last 2 teams who had nothing left in the tank from either squad. We saw TDG, they had no heals left on their for their shields, and they were just creeping up. There was no ammo left on the other side as well. And there we have it. Game number 3, got the plus 12 from first place along with the plus 20, taking out a third of the lobby. We do not get to see that often, so that's a huge game for them. 32 points overall. And because so many of the kills were taken by Team Dumpers, that didn't leave much for the rest of the lobby. Literally Vibing, though, did get 9, putting them at 14 points for that game. And Big 3 Protagonists, that was the other team that was playing on the south side there. They ended up getting 3 kills, but the plus 9 will help them out.
Yeah, it's nice to see how Dumpers being able to take those 20 kills denied a lot of that KP from a lot of these squads, because it's so necessary here with Dumpers playing as aggressive as they have been. We're seeing a lot of these early team fights happen mid-rotation, as you usually do, but it's mostly looking at squads like TDG and even actually the playstyle that we had seen from RCO in the last game, where both these type of squads and Big 3 Protagonists too, actually, who wanted to prioritize having that south circle positioning first and foremost. And even in that process, you have squads like Big 3 Protagonists racking up those kills, literally Vibing too, being able to take that placement and being able to get 9 kills in addition to that. So it's nice to see Dumpers, who weren't on that southern part of the zone, actually fight their way into the circle, fight their way into any of the buildings to then dictate where they wanted to rotate for that final circle. So they were able to tear up that lobby.
Yeah, and our winners from game number 2, RCO Esports, only able to get placement points, top 7 there for them, so only picking up the 3. So slowing down a bit, and that might mean there's a huge opportunity for Team Dumpers to actually take the overall lead for the day. But again, though, we still have 3 games left to go. Let's take a look at the seasonal leaderboard, though. And no surprise, of course, Team Dumpers really up on top. They have been performing week in and week out here in the Challenger Circuit.
But look at the points, too. 52 in first place, 32nd in second place. That's a pretty big gap right here for Dumpers to build up in game number 3 with 3 games left here for the night. Literally Vibing, they've been able to get a lot of kills themselves, even being able to try to get those placement points. But with Dumpers taking that victory, literally Vibing has to be eyeing the same thing.
Yeah, so that's going to be the plus 15 for them. We got 3 teams currently tied. Start to fight Big 3 Protagonists and TDG. TDG have not been very frag forward. A lot of their points have been coming out from placements themselves. RCO Esports, despite taking the win in game number 2, along with TDG getting the win in game number 1, now are dropping down to 5th and 6th place respectively. So maybe a bit more focus on getting some kills early on might work out for them. But I understand for TDG, you know, this is a squad that really are trying to make their name in the competitive scene, and so they're really trying to find their identity. And I think that's one of the most important and hardest things to do when you're coming together as a new squad.
Yeah, you're a new squad. You have to also focus down on their composition, what their goals are, and so far their goals have been to secure that final position in the final circle and to rack up the KP as it comes to you. But they also don't want to reveal their location because even in that game, they were kind of sandwiched from the very get-go. You had RCO make their way over to kind of contest them, and then you had My Neck, My Back right behind them on the other side of that. So a lot of decision making coming in from that squad. Let's see what they actually ended up doing though, because getting that early KP and then fighting for that last position could mean all the difference for that squad.
And I'm really impressed too, because I mean, this is a squad that's not running the, typical composition. There's a Bangalore in there, right? So
Yeah.
it takes some finessing to move around without, or to find a position without a Gibraltar. So I'm really impressed with that in that regard. And I believe they are a northern team. I believe the last time we saw them, they were dropping on east side of Skyhook, coming all the way down to a southern zone like that. They actually traversed the entire map, by the way. Skyhook all the way down to the most southern part of the map. So I'm really surprised and I'm really impressed that they were able to make that rotate.
Yeah, wondering if they were able to get a beacon and then take one of the balloons and then utilize what we had seen from some of our squads in the last game where they saved the redeploy to then make that final rotation if you had to start from the northern part of the map. And that's something else actually that has trickled into some of the gameplay that we've seen from these squads. These zones, so polarizing. We saw in game number 2 that zone all the way to the north, and then game number 3 moving on all the way to the south forces those early decisions from these teams, and depending on what their gameplay is. For TDG here, it would be to hold that final position. So making those quick moves allow them to not get contested mid-rotation.
Yeah. So we've been gifted so far with, 3 drastic different zones, even though there were 2 northern ones. They were on opposite sides of the map at the very least, one western and one eastern. And so it's been nice to see that the change-ups in playstyles as well, that the rings basically kind of dictate. But here we go, heading into the second half of the evening. It's game number 4 of the North American Challenger Circuit here for the ALGS. We are loading up once again onto World's Edge. Now, we'll see what the map gives us this time around. You can see teams are starting to make their way towards the northern side. So, gotta kind of hope, if you're a northern team, that the ring ends up pulling up to the north, because the priority for this is going to be very, very bad if it comes down to the south. Team Nightmare, though, finding themselves in a fight early on over at Lava Siphon. This was one of the 50-50s we always have to keep an eye out for. Lava Siphon is so hotly contested, and Team Nightmare now in some trouble as Onyx Gaming getting the cracks, but not able to follow up quite yet.
And they're not overextending too. Onyx Gaming trying to play this passive aggressive, but have already built up their Evo shields. You can see one blue here onto Cheesy Potato. And now being able to put over 200 damage. Oh, with a Rampage, you're going to be in that line of sight, but needs serious help. Absolutely needs that help as he backs off. He's one shot and he's only got those shield cells, but at least he was able to rack up some damage to build up that blue Evo shield. These early 50-50s could be so risky, but Onyx Gaming have been the ones to lose that first member as Cheesy Potato gets called off guard.
It's a 2v2. I don't know if Nightmare were able to get their res quite yet, and it looks like they might have been able to. Z Proficiency tries going for the peak, but the 30-30 is not what you want for that kind of fight. Needs serious help. Definitely living up to his own name here as he backs away for now. Was not able to recover Banner of Krizik quite yet, and so Team Nightmares are actually finding this one out as a duo. Now, this is kind of concerning. You have to imagine, with fight taking so long, the team over by Tree should be rotating in for the third party. They note that the trades did happen, and as soon as they see that respawn beacon getting tapped, they might actually just pounce on top of them.
What's impressive here is that because Nightmare and Onyx Gaming lost out on a member and they've both got their losses, they're both going to try to rotate out. Who's going to try to take that respawn beacon first? Like you mentioned, this fight lasted for quite some time, so you can imagine that squad from Tree could just take that zip line over on the other side of Lava Siphon, get on the higher ground. They do get a scan, but Onyx Gaming have not made their moves. They do have the Valkyrie, but they don't have the redeploy just yet. So, and they haven't even been able to recover the banner too, so that's something else that's extremely concerning for Onyx Gaming.
They have 15 seconds left, but they are right on top of the death box as well on the other side for Team Nightmare. And so if Onyx Gaming want to try at this, they have to go now. Need serious help. Got spotted out on the flank, but here he goes. He comes in. He gets the knock onto Washi. It's a 1-for-1 exchange, but Z Proficiency is there. Beautiful play coming out from Onyx Gaming and Z Proficiency. I knocked him on that 30-30 repeater choice, but it ultimately worked out for them. Unfortunately, though, the timing on that fight, it took just a little bit too long. They're not going to be able to get a res. And hey, take a look at that. We have another southern pull. This one, though, is going to be going down now towards the tree side. Oh, wait, in position for this, but nades taking a lot of damage. Blake does get a knock onto Reverum of Team Hysteria. That might have been the idea. Team Hysteria might have been coming in for the third party, but they got caught out by OA.
And you have to imagine that OA also heard that action happening over at a Lava Siphon. So a lot of these teams are already making this rotation, trying to get that shot with the Sentinel. With him actually holding the high ground, though, managing to land some shots to Optimal Ambition, now moving off to the side. It's a squad running the crypto composition, but we haven't really been able to see it utilized to the degree that we would like to see OA use. They do have the EMP ready, but needs to be able to try to take out that drone. They're trying to follow up on that other squad, too, and it's running late, actually, on the other side, holding onto one of these buildings, but they have 2 purple Evos and 1 blue to work with.
They're in a great spot right now. You can see OA making their way into the other building opposite of them, just to the east right now. TDG about to go down early on, and they do go out. It's going to be last minute cleaning them up. And so I'm wondering, if they're all the way here to the south, did TDG end up changing their drop spot in this game? I wasn't really keeping an eye on that, but they must have done so if they ended up going down here before the ring even started closing.
Yeah, especially since the last minute is gonna have to be rotating up to the north, and you know, wondering here if TDG also wanted to take an early fight too. They maybe wanted to change up their game plan, or they wanted to try to predict where they wanted to force out a 50-50 for that early fight. Won't know here, as Dumpers now is on the other side. They are gonna be able to try to take that thermo station outer beacon that is on this choke point that a lot of squads make when it comes to tree. But Dumpers see that there is a squad right in front of them, and they are trying to count their blessings, trying to see if they should just rotate off to the side, since they kind of have a clear view here. With start a fight also now in another fight, and they're stuck inside this truck. The EMP now being utilized. They heard us happening. They heard us talking about it. But I think I saw one of the players actually drop their Evo shield before that EMP landed.
Yeah, that was Lightstar Joe dropping down that shield. It does take damage, but it does also mean that the crypto will not be getting the credit towards his Evo shield for that. And so that's the big thing for it when you drop that Evo shield. But teams start a fight. They kind of like seeing that happen. That means that team's going to be kept at bay at the very least, and they should be able to play off this position relatively uncontested for the time being. Team running late, though, still inside one of these buildings here, and it does seem like the action has slowed down quite a bit. Game number 1 was pretty hot and heavy, but now it's slowed down drastically here. We were, I think, maybe caught a little bit off guard by that one, and I think a lot of our teams now are starting to adjust to the pace of our slower games now.
Yeah, and seeing that this is another Southern Circle here, you could see that a lot of these squads are going to be trying to fight for that beacon that is by that building of Thermal. That's why you saw that squad trying to get into that beacon building safely. But with that scan, they noted that there was already another squad overlooking that building by that choke point by tree. And I'm expecting a lot of the fighting to be happening over here with a lot of these squads already making that rotation.
Yeah. Oh, wait, not able to get much going. You can see Blake is still sitting on the white Evo shield, 111 damage total, but it seems like he might have had to swap armors as well. Here's Team Last Minute, though, making their way through Lava Siphon now, and they're getting pinged down by some sniper fire themselves. Now, they're under no pressure to really try and make an early rotate here, so they do have their options, and it does seem like they're going to try and find a different way in. Onyx Gaming still as a duo. Remember, they missed out on that banner by maybe 3 seconds, but oh boy, last minute getting caught off guard there. Now they're stuck kind of in the middle. Luda's going to try and port back to the rest of the squad, use that Q as well. The bubble goes down for them just to heal up in the middle of nowhere. He's got some time now, but trying to take that zip line might actually be a suicide mission, but somehow they survive and get up top.
Yeah, at least was able to heal inside that dome before he tried to commit to that zip line. But yeah, last minute actually had some plans to try to play this safely, like you were saying. But my neck, my back, they get a squad wipe right here. Or it looks like they got it down, clean that up. Actually, maybe looking for a straggler. But before that, my neck, my back are still going to be able to secure the high ground. Maybe trying to see where that straggler is as they were trying to run away with them trying to actually come up from right behind them. But you can see enough damage being done here. This is another one of our squads that like to get aggressive, even trying to follow another squad through the portal, as they're not the ones with the wraith. It's the straggler that was behind, and they could just easily queue out, try to get around, even take a slower rotation outside the circle.
Wondering if they were able to recover that banner for themselves. They'll have plenty of opportunities to go for the res. This is so early on in the game. Fluid Gaming, though, having to take a pit stop here just outside of a tree. They've got plenty of coverage, so they can actually play up here. We know that Onyx Gaming is holding that high ground platform to their southeast. The teams that are inside a tree proper really aren't going to be poking their heads out. And surprisingly enough, there's no team actually holding position inside the triangle over at tree. And that would have been probably the team, if there was a team there that had the biggest opportunity to try and punish them. For right now, action has slowed down once again. Fluid Gaming making their way inside this cart, just underneath that respawn beacon, underneath the train tracks. It's RCO committing to the edge for this one, as you can see them just outside of Thermal Station.
And playing this patiently, kind of like what we had seen from their last game too, slowing down their game plan here, just trying to play the edge. You can see with 2 purples, 1 gold, they could also easily just rotate south, but they're also going to be able to try to cut off any of the other squads that want to rotate away from staging, maybe towards the train tracks, away from Harvester. So you can still see that RCO Esports could just still hold back a lot of these squads that also want to rotate through the back.
Yeah, this is going to be a delayed rotate in for zone 3, zone 4. That's basically what they're waiting on. I think a lot of Valkyrie teams learn to try and make that timing adjustment for their rotates instead of just yeeting it in zone number 1 or 2 for hopefully a spot. You can see right now, last minute, try to play the edges on the northern side. This might be my neck, my back on the other side of this fight. Now, last minute, looking for their entry in. Yeah, the scan out from the other side, I think kind of tells us that it is my neck, my back. Cody is there, got cracked up top, and Moody needs to try and reconnect and get up top for a better angle as well. But you can see they've realized the third party's coming in behind them, and so that's a good time to just fall back on this fight.
Yeah, that was my neck, my back, who had left, literally vibing as a rat there too. But take a look, Casual's now creeping their way forward. You see Casual just trying to take some shots. He's got the portal too, but they force out that squad inside. They're not going to overcommit because they do see that there is another squad in the building, but Casual loses their shield. But without having Kuma right here, Ziffer also right there to try to give some of that backup. Now they see the situation. Petty Boss looks like has gone down out here. You did utilize the dome, but still was too late. Slightly too late with my neck, my back, forced to back off.
Oh, they try to creep up, but they thought the third party was enough for them. Last minute, though, turn the script on them, and now they're going to go ahead and turn the aggression on as they try to hunt down the rest of my neck, my back. 2 players left remaining here. You can see the Beast of the Hunt popping, the scans going down, and now see Lute is trying to cut him off, but he's got to be careful himself. We know that Team Casuals weren't too far off themselves, and I like that, slowing things down, not getting caught off guard as Team Casuals back away. But now the zone is starting to close in. We'll see. Doesn't seem like my neck, my back were able to recover that banner, unfortunately, for this one. So they'll be playing this one out as a duo for the rest of the game.
And the fact that they want to rotate into circle already, it's because they do know that there was another squad, which was Casuals, that was holding the other side of that building without trying to commit. So they are going to be able to take control over the edge of the circle first. But look, there's another squad right below Casuals. Not too sure if that's just a 2-man down there, though, with Casuals just trying to play this patiently while getting some intel to see if any other squad is going to rotate right behind them. It is going to be another squad that is right below them, but their third is a little bit behind.
Watching the back for them, making sure no one's coming in from Harvester for now. Casuals just taking this, neutral position, waiting to see, making sure that their back is clear as well. I think as soon as they realize that, they can make the push for that low. Unfortunately for them, they don't have the scans from a Bloodhound, so they don't realize that there's a team underneath them or what the status of that team is underneath them. Another hard pull down to the southern side, and this might be one of those circles where it ends up between tree and lava. Siphon RCO did make their way on up. Sleepy Panda checking out the tunnel underneath them, spots out at least 2 members. Might be able to get confirmation on the third, and you can't stand still. Sleepy Panda with that flatline, dishing out some decent damage, but he is down here by himself. He's got to be careful, but I'm so surprised he's taking these cheeky peeks. And that entire team is actually just backing away from him. Asteria in a fight. They're making a push onto RCO. They've got to be careful. RCO getting scanned up throughout all of this. Alazura forcing them down onto the low, and they want to find these kills.
RCO were playing this so spread out, and Asteria are just taking advantage that they get the crack, and now they win the train here, trying to see where the other side of the portal is going to be, even trying to take some shots, but the bombardment is putting on a lot of pressure. Drago forced out to use the Q, to use the portal, maybe make that as something short as they try to take control over the building, but RCO trying to move away. You're going to try to redeploy right in front of their face. Asteria is not going to let that happen.
And you can't rat this one out. You can see the Beast of Hunt going. Consummate Hunter, Bloodhound chasing after them. No one clipped this time around, but it's okay, Alazura. You still get it on your highlight reel for that one. And RCO are about to get cleaned up, and there it is. 16 squads remaining now as Hysteria finally comes alive.
Asteria took advantage of RCO's position. They wanted to play the edge here, but they were covering so many different angles. They heard the fight happening in the tunnel, and we saw Asteria now being able to take RCO apart here, with Casual still holding on to the high ground. They looked like they were forced to actually drop down now, as now they were actually forced to move away from the tunnel and not drop down, but rather take control over the train tracks up here. We had seen another squad on the low ground here, as you could see Petty now moving forward with the rest of the squad. It's my neck, my back, that actually managed to rotate, looking like through the tunnel, maybe through the circle too. And they're just trying to take an off angle with Cody now trying to circle around another squad.
Importantly, they were able to recover that banner and get Petty Boss back in, but along with the armors and the additional loot, some good on them for the recovery. Code Cloud trying to clear out some of Tree side now. You can see Ruzino with that fuse, knuckle clusters and nades on in, but they haven't been able to make their entry quite yet. So they're just gonna take the time to play on the outside of the building. More teams should be coming in from the north, and so I like this slower play, making sure that the north side is cleared before they try to make a full-on push onto OA inside. You can see teams are coming in. Jimothy with that wingman out, spots one out on the platform. And so this neutral position is going to work out well for them, but it's Asteria finally now making another push onto the triangle side of Tree. The PK shots finally connecting there. Caged will fall. It's a 3v2 now for Asteria, as Stargeist will get cleaned up. Reverum does go down, and the third party might be here for them. Scans out, and you can see they're on the other side of the platform. They'll lose out on Rev. We'll see if they can recover that banner, get him plugged right back on in. But as we join on aboard once again with the squad over at Lava Siphon, Hysteria, Alazura dropping down with that scan. Drago will hold the high ground for his teammates. They have not recovered the banner quite yet. They have recovered at least this position.
Yeah, it's difficult when you have dumpers shooting at you. That was Kimchi Lee that took one of the members of Asteria out right there, and it was just the position that dumpers is currently in on top of those buildings. You could just get perfect sight over this triangle position that Asteria wanted, and Asteria don't want to be the squad to go down here in 14th. They've been able to get so much KP play, so aggressive. This is what I like to see as Drago now takes some shots back. Let's see if they can try to get Rev back into this situation here, as Code Cloud have now made their move over to OA. They close one out, they close out the squad, and now Code Cloud are going to get third party.
What a beautiful bubble coming out just in time. The armor swap was there for Jimothy as well. So Code Cloud will get the reset on this fight and back away. They do spot out once again that squad up top, and Ruzino gets the full connect. I don't know how that wasn't just like a 120. It seemed like all you could see was the hedge, but it was still a good connect for him there. Now Code Cloud taking position over here. Team OA backing off. Well, forced to back off. There's only one player left for them, I believe. 14 squads, 34 players remaining as zone number 4 is about to begin closing. And now Code Cloud have to get on the move once again here, and this one's gonna be a bit more difficult. This one pulls so hard over towards launch site, surprisingly enough, and so now you have to contend with the team that was playing that platform before. Ruzino with that beautiful nade on that fuse. He's got another knuckle cluster to toss in, but he's also got the nades as well. Actually out of nades now. That's going to force them out early on. This is beautiful pressure coming out. Team Casuals now finding themselves the wrong side of a sandwich, smack dab in the middle. There's going to be a knuckle cluster as well. That's going to finish off the rest of OA as Team Code Cloud continues to push up, and they are getting some amazing damage off here. They've got to be careful playing here on the low ground. The enemy bubble on the other side has been expended along with that port, but they push the bubble now. Ruzino by himself finally has the backup of a squad, but it's not in time. And they might have actually pushed too late. Jimothy does survive, cleaning them up, gets a bit armor swap, and now here comes the recovery. But where's the third party?
Oh, There's another squad right behind them too. Here it is. It's going to be Petty, Cody, and Mooney after getting Petty back in, but they're playing out of the low ground, and Luke is already on the high ground. It's another squad. You talk about where the circle is pulling, but my neck, my back were in trouble, and Cody still manages to rack up some KP. He's getting shot at from afar, though. That may be dumpers who are holding on to the high ground. They're originally there too, and they're still finding a lot of these pings. If he could get back to behind this rock, he could get this res, and he does manage to get it, and it's Onyx Gaming, the squad that was on the high ground. They're playing as a two-man squad, but if they drop down here, if they're going to be in the clear line of sight of probably dumpers who were shooting that L-Star earlier or who have taken control of that truck. We have to see if they were forced out there, because that was another squad that was holding onto that truck for a while, and it's actually Asteria here. Strago has managed to actually survive this. They were on the low ground for a while after losing Rev earlier to dumpers in that triangle area.
They have not recovered Rev's banner, unfortunately. They have a replicator there, though, but it doesn't seem like they have enough credits to try and pick one up. Big three protagonist trying to hold down this office building as they get pushed. They've lost out on two, and Hoshi is the only one left alive. Last minute, we'll pick those up as a third party comes in. It was just a scan to see what happened there, and so they'll be able to hold down for this. Now, one important thing to note about this circle is that there is a pocket to play up on the north side. You can see right there just on the hill, and so if Onyx Gaming can survive and actually play off that pocket, they can Valkyrie redeploy in with this one right now. For every other team that's not running a Valkyrie, they're just going to have to try and YOLO this one. Asteria lose out on one more. Drago is the only one left alive now. He won't be able to recover the banner, but I don't think he's going to have... Oh, there it is, Team Onyx. They try to actually go for that. They're going to be forced down soon, though, and I feel like they might have done this one a little bit too early. Z Proficiency now drops down. He's got his squad mate in serious help here with him as well. Port out just to play off that corner for now, and somehow Onyx Gaming are holding this position.
This has been such a versatile game for Onyx Gaming, and they're still living even as a duo. They still were able to utilize that delay on the redeploy, but these grenades in every direction is forcing Proficiency to do the dance all around these grenades. And Onyx Gaming are not just trying to see where they could go here. The portal actually trying to delay them even longer, but you have to get off that. It's not like that spawn timer actually resets, but they're still taking shots. Need some serious help. It's in the line of sight, and he gets taken out.
Bullseye coming in for that one now. Z Proficiency getting full pushed out. That's going to be Team Dumpers. A little bit silent this game, but that's fine. They had a big pop-off game in the last one. Let them take some time. Here's Team Last Minute, though, not to try to give them any time for room to breathe. As they push in with that defensive bombardment, they catch out one, but they don't get the one clip. Sykes is now dropped down to 1 HP. Tries to go for the 180. Somehow survives, but there it is. Enemy and Kimchi Lee picking up 2. Sykes is still alive throughout all of this. Now it's down to a 1v2. I believe it's a 1v1. Sykes with one shot left. He's got to be careful. All these wingman shots connecting the movement somehow. Hey, 1v3's Team Dumpers, and he's got the gold bag, Res. And oh no, you can see this is the pocket that I was talking about. My neck, my back. I'm so sorry, guys. The game's over for you.
My shields are not cracked because you won't be able to find your way into this. I cannot believe what I just witnessed right now. Oh, my neck, my back, having to rotate. They understand the situation. That's the pocket that you're talking about. You know, it is what it is. Go on with the flash. You gotta go on with the flash, Jamerson.
I'm gonna touch the boat. Team Last Minute. It was a little bit anticlimactic there, but at least we had that good fight with Team Dumpers at the end. Beautiful clutch up to get the win. The back win for Team Dumpers. So congratulations, Last Minute, on taking that one.
Sykes with the absolute chaos with the wingman. That was absolutely insane from him, especially against a squad like Dumpers. We're talking about the team that won Game 3 with 20 kills, and Last Minute coming out on top with that team fight has allowed them to get that victory.
Yeah, I mean, this was definitely an entertaining game, I would say. Unfortunately, for my neck, my back getting caught in the pocket on the northern side of that zone. This is not the week where you should have swapped off from Valkyrie, apparently, because of that. We're gonna go ahead and take a short break. When we get back, we'll have game number 5 of the evening right after this. Welcome back, guys, to the Apex Legends Global Series Challenger Circuit. 4 games down, 2 games left to go. We've had 4 separate winners across the night, and what a game number 4 we had. We've had 2 northern zones and now 2 southern zones in a row, but we've been seeing this 50-50 taking place. Onyx Gaming had some grit on them here in game number 4.
Yeah, that squad was able to live for so long too as a duo, from having a very rough start with that 50-50 and my neck, my back. The squad that came out in second and unfortunately guessed the last circle wrong on the other side. What do you do in that situation, Jamerson? But you know what? At least they were able to rack up a lot of kills on the way over there. I believe in total they had been able to secure at least 6 kills. But another squad that I want to highlight with their aggression, the way they really changed their pacing and the way that they wanted to approach this game was Asteria, actually. They played extremely aggressive in a way where we had not been able to see them play in the same type of aggression within the last 3 games, but they were able to really turn up in this 4th game.
Yeah, Team Dumpers doing what they do usually, but it was unfortunate. It was this final fight up against last minute. Sykes coming up huge for a 1v3 to clean this one up and actually securing the win for their squad. It was a big win as well. It was an 11-point game for them 11 kill game overall for them. And then the final moments for my neck, my back.
They had to go out with a bang, Jamerson. They had to. But last minute coming out after that win, that could have been Dumper's game there, because that would have been the spot to be for any game-winning team. But Dumper's lost that 1v2 for last minute. Sykes coming out in that victory. He has secured 6 kills just individually. You can see here in the overall team scores with last minute winning in first place, 11 kills in total.
Yeah, if Dumpers won that fight, that would have been an 8-point swing overall. That would have given them 19 points, I believe, instead of the 11. But like we noted, it's important to just get points on the board every single game, averaging at least 10. Somewhere between 8 to 10 is what you're shooting for. Dumpers are doing that. And we talked about consistency. They are definitely one of the squads to keep an eye out for. But we have teams like last minute Asteria right now that are popping up with some big games themselves. They've got the 23. So we'll see what happens for them in terms of the overall leaderboard in just a moment. But I'm loving what I'm seeing out of all of our squads right now.
Yeah, and then you have teams like RCO Esports actually also having a bit of a shortcoming here, being in 17th place, only securing 1 kill. Casuals too, that we had seen them get a bit aggressive in game number 3, now only securing 1 kill. With only 2 more games left now, Jamerson, you're wondering here if some of these squads are going to be able to pick up the pace, play a little bit more aggressive now, as we can take a look at the seasonal leaderboards with Dumpers 63 points still. Even though they didn't secure that victory, they still were able to secure a lot of points.
Yeah, that's almost a 16-point average across the last 4 games for Team Dumpers. So definitely ahead of the curve for what you really want to stick with. Literally vibing, though, basically on that curve. 41 points there, and then last minute just a little bit below, but that was a nice big game for them in the last one. We still have 2 games left to go, but it looks like Team Dumpers are well on their way for a 3-peat here. 3 weeks in a row for the Challenger Circuit.
Actually crazy to see how consistent this squad has been. Not only have they been able to take these challenger circuits, but they still have been able to do so while racking up so many kills. Again, they had that one game where they were able to obtain 20 kills. That's the most that we've seen than any other of our winning squads that we've seen take the night, right? Rather take a game for our night here, Jamerson. So we have to see if Dumpers want to be able to secure one another of these games, or are we going to see another victory coming in from squads like last minute, who are going to be able to ride on that momentum going into game number 5.
And it's really been surprising to see the differences basically game to game in game style for Team Dumpers, because we saw one game where they were playing extremely cautiously. I believe it was game number 1, right, where they're rotating around in zone and taking their time. And then we had game number 3 where they were pushing every single fight. And then game number 4 was back to slowing things down again. So they're understanding how, you know, every game has a different tempo and you need to be able to match it. And I think that's one of the great things that we're seeing out of Team Dumpers right now, is just mastery of tempo in these games.
And I like the fact that you touch up on that because I feel like game number 5 is extremely important for pacing for a lot of these teams because at this point, you know how many points you need, you know how many points that you feel like you want to build that gap of looking at Dumpers and looking at second place and looking at how they want to maintain that lead. They know how they should be playing, and that's why you see Dumpers kind of shifting that change, playing a lot more patiently, knowing that they could afford to play the edge of the circle and not force themselves in very risky early fights.
Yeah, game number 5 is a lot of the times the make or break when we have these 6-game sets like we do tonight. Game number 5 basically can cinch in the finals. And right now for Team Dumpers, as long as they have one good performance, as long as they don't die below top 10, I believe they'll secure the win for today, get that 3-peat, and then, you know, fight for the, I guess, 4-peat coming into week number 4 that'll be taking place in December. Right now, it's all eyes on Team Dumpers, and they are doing an amazing job once again. We're waiting for game number 5 to start up here. We'll have that going in just a moment, but I've been having a lot of fun watching all of the fights that have been taking place, having moments like that in last minute with that huge clutch up from Sykes up against Team Dumpers. I mean, that's something that you don't get to see often because we know how good Team Dumpers are when it comes to team fighting.
Yeah, especially with the wingman. What a nice way to play that. And you're playing from the low ground too. Sykes really putting last minute on the board there because, again, that could have been a victory going in favor for Dumpers. Dumpers still had a really good game. They were able to rack up a good amount of kills. But you know what? Now that we have gotten ready here, we got game number 5, Jeremyson. Let's see if last minute could continue that or if Dumpers may slow down their gameplay, just try to wait for the moment to strike on this lobby.
Now, last minute still have some ground to make up, even though they got that, you know, moral and you know, physical victory over Team Dumpers in that last game. They're still behind by about, I believe it's 29 points. Dumpers have a fair lead over the rest of the lobby. Literally Vibing, who are currently in second place, they're 22 points down. So like I said, Dumpers just need to have a decent game here, and it looks like Owe might be trying to challenge them, or Dumpers might be trying to challenge Owe. As you can see, they were going for that beacon. It's a beacon fight over by the north side of Thermal Station right now. So a good job coming up from them, but it's Nightmares once again in that 50-50. Here's Aim God with the flank. He's got the car, unfortunately, dropping down. Krizik and Washi are there, and he is getting punched out. Zebra efficiency and Need serious help will be able to finish them off. So now, this time around in game number 5, Onyx Gaming will be able to play as a full 3.
Hold up, why you gotta do it like that? Why you gotta try to punch him out straight up when you try to force out the 50-50? You know what, I respect it, but talk about 50-50. Jamerson, this is a 50-50 fight that we're seeing. Maybe for vegan control. Okay, those longbow shots? Okay, stick drip OP. They lose on an EXO, but they want to try to capitalize off of this. 2v2 now, making it to clean up on the other side, and Sushi now is gonna be able to heal up, but here comes a third party making its round, Jamerson.
Here's start a fight, trying to start a third party coming in, but they actually got the Raz on the other side. It was Fate by himself, unfortunately. Matt Pickett and Crummy were still all the way over at Frag East, so no opportunity quite yet to try and punish that. You can see EXO still looting up and healing up with his squad, and so Stick Drift OP will take the +3 the hell out of here. Fate now backing away. Unfortunate that they weren't able to come in, but I like the timing push coming up from Fate because you would expect that, you know, the team coming out from Frag East are still looting here. You can see now, minute 30 seconds left to go before the zone starts closing in. And oh my goodness, we have almost the exact same circle from last game. But this time around, it looks like it's going more towards tree.
Yeah, hopefully that 50-50 could be guessed. It'd be a quite a throwback if we see that circle pull off to the bottom right. But just to highlight here, this first circle hasn't even closed, and there's 2 squads that have dropped out of this lobby. We're highlighting the importance of game number 5, Jamerson, and we've been seeing these squads absolutely go crazy with these 50-50s. Another fight happening over on the southern part here on launch site here, just trying to take control already of this space. It's going to be Asteria who have been turning it up, trying to play this a lot more aggressively, trying to close in the space over this go dome, but he is going to be able to get some help here. If Alizora plays safely, he gets the massive shot, he gets the knock, and he is going to be able to get that KP. Wondering here where the other teammates are as they drop down actually trying to meet Alizora.
Oh boy, Alizora is able to get that knock with the help of Rev, and it's a beautiful recovery coming out. And we've been noticing that there's also been a quasi, you know, 50-50 over at launch site as well, typically, but it's been a little bit slower now. Asteria looking to continue to pull that aggression from that last game. really from the last two, is Hoshi is going to try and back off by himself. No opportunity for him now to try and get the banners of Voids and Adayam here as he spots out another squad. That's going to be TDG on the other side of this one. And Hoshi, how long can he survive here in between two teams?
Yeah, running into the arms of TDG, waiting for them on the other side of the eggshell. TDG actually losing Hoshi, though, in the process. Maybe try to get away, as they are still trying to take some shots, and they do catch him hiding behind the rock. It's going to be going in favor of Tony. That's some KP. Early KP now going in favor for TDG, as they are going to be closer to the circle, too. But again, you have to know that there was another squad that was fighting for that control over at launch site, so the TDG will be forced to traverse over that open ground unless they utilize a redeploy.
I could be wrong, but I think that might have been TDG's 4th kill. Despite their standing, I believe that might have been their 4th kill. I don't know. I'm probably wrong. Here's running late, though, over at Tree. Now making their push. Ooh, 00 negatives. Got to be careful and take the fort back. And I like the effort here. Kuzme coming in, though, from the flank now. As you can see, he gets the knock onto Blake Yu. And it seems like, oh, wait, this is a cursed building for them. This is where they got pushed by, I forget which squad it was. This was the exact same building where they got wiped in the game just beforehand. This time around, it's just going to be so much earlier.
Yeah, it was Cold Cloud, actually, with that fuse, too, putting in so much pressure. Now it's going to be another squad here as Cheesy Potatoes holding onto the roof. They're able to take control over these buildings rather early here, but it's Onyx Gaming that are deciding whether they want to extend here, whether they want to prioritize rotating already, but Running Late also have some loot to work with after taking out that squad.
You can see how much more aggressive Onyx Gaming can now play. In the last game, they were holding the platform on the southwest side of Lava Siphon. This time around, they're pushing a little bit more, and that's because they have got their third, they've got their wraith, give them more mobility and options as well. RCO are going to try and play this one passively, playing the fence line along with the train line to the north side of Tree. And I like this position coming out from them. They've got that Valkyrie, so they'll have the option to try and rotate a little bit later on instead of getting into the thick of things here. Now, they do have to worry, of course, about the rotates coming in from the north-hand side, but as long as they're playing this one well, trying to defend fence side is definitely doable. For right now, it's going to be, it looks like the game's slowing down. 16 squads left remaining as Asteria getting shot up from the other side. Here's last minute, our winners from game number 4. Trying to get into the same position they were in the last game.
Yeah, they saw that, you know, they were able to find so much success. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And last minute now, sending it in. They have Sykes with the wingman again. We've seen what happens before when you give Sykes this gun, and he hasn't missed. He's missed one shot. Jamerson, how is he so consistent?
There we go. The rest of last minute starting to show up, but they're all cracked here. The resets might have come out from the other side, but there it is, the knock onto Reverim with that Arc Star. They've gotten 2 bats off as well. Garrett will fall, but it's a trade eventually for them as he lines up that PK shot. Beautiful patience out as Luna almost fell, and it's Sykes once again. Vicky, this man has been doing an amazing job in the last 2 games for Team Last Minute.
Yeah, the moment you hear that wingman go off from Sykes, you just immediately feel like you are in danger, as you should. He's been beaming with the wingman. And RCO also playing this patiently, still playing the fence like you were talking about. And Sleepy Panda maybe just trying to get some info from up ahead, maybe noting that there is a squad right below them in that building that would lead towards that tunnel. And you could see with that circle pulling all the way south, closer to that circle that we had seen just last game, encapsulating Tree, a little bit of launch site there. So RCO are going to have to rotate eventually. Not too sure if they have that information yet.
Yeah, I don't think we've noted this, but they're playing the Wraith now, right? Instead of the Caustic anymore. So they're not going for the super late game. So they are playing for a more of a variable style. They're not going for that hard, heavy, we're going to try and play center zone, and a team that's not playing center stick anymore. So they're not going for the super late game. So they are playing for a more of a variable style. They're not going for that hard, heavy, we're going to try and play center zone, and a team that's not playing center zone is Team Casuals right now up here at Fragment, catching out a team on the rotate, and you know that they're going towards one of the choke points. They can go ahead and push the other one if they need to. Team Casuals are taking their time here on the edge, and unfortunately for them, they're not going to find the fight that they really want. And now they've got 2 minutes left to go. This is definitely an odd game. Stick Drift OP on the other side of this one. Remember, that was the squad that got into the fight over at No Name, and now they're looking for another one here at Fragment.
And Casual's also still playing by the edge. I mean, they also have the Valkyrie, so they could just utilize that redeploy. It's not like they're going to be taking a lot of damage if they also want to go long here. So they actually are going to go for a long rotation, maybe if they actually manage to get this beacon, and they are going to do that in the safety of the dome, just in case you have them trying to ping at Zephyr. They're going to be able to get that information too before they make that rotation. So I think they just wanted to double down on that information before maybe utilizing the redeploy.
Yeah. That's the nice thing, like you said, having that Valkyrie. Even though there are 2 choke points and there are options, you have option 3. Just go ahead and fly past it now. Back over at Tree, as things have slowed down, we do have team dumpers in position. This is what I was talking about. We didn't see a team taking early positioning over here at the triangle. Now take a look. They also have that beacon for us. So the deep back corner of Tree is out. The triangle is definitely in, and that's why they're taking an early position here.
They had that information, and they wanted. This is also what we were talking about from Dumpers, maybe playing this passive aggressive. But look at this fight happening. A team stuck between 2. It's going to be my neck, my back that are in trouble. I'm surprised they wanted to try to contest that straight ahead, but now they're sandwiched between 2 squads, and they already used out the dome too. So they're quite literally just out here in front of these frags with no safety and split up on top of that.
Well, you got to close the door, man. You let the vampires in. You can't invite them in like that. Petty Boss, though, is still alive along with Cody. We'll see if they can get the res, but oh boy, the triple take shot from Girl will finish off Mooney, and that was probably the triple take that hit Petty Boss throughout all of that. They will be able to recover this banner, though, and they have the res right on top of them. Doesn't look like anyone's playing up top. But as soon as the res comes out, or the respawn comes out, I feel like start a fight. We'll go ahead and full push that. They haven't even made it that far, though. Still getting tagged up now, caught underneath, and Petty Boss will go down. It's needs serious help with the bow check. Cody. We've seen his movement before, though, and he recovers that banner. Just go ahead and armor swap. And yeah, try and survive at this point. Another Arc Star comes in, and Cody's gonna try and stim out. And oh boy, this has not been my neck, my back's night.
They're getting pinged in every direction. Every rotation, they're contested here. And now look, already these squads making the rotation over to launch site. You saw the portal coming out and start a fight are on the high ground. Cody forced to play this out as a rat for the time being with start a fight. Also getting shot at from another angle here. They're just trying to look at their backs. Doesn't look like there's a beacon right behind them either, too. So no squads may be contesting them on the other side of Lava Siphon, as they're still going to hold on to this high ground. And look at Fate holding onto the Spitfire on top of that.
This is disgusting. Having a position like that and just gatekeeping, essentially. He doesn't know. I don't believe he knows that Cody is right underneath him. He's going to try and make a play for this respawn beacon now because he cannot push up to that platform. He does have that jump pad, but we know that RCO are there. Sleepy Panda is the one that's holding position on the train track for now. And so I think that's going to deter him. So Cody might just have to try and rat this one out. He has an opportunity, maybe wide swing out to the north, or somehow get to the western side over by Thermal to try and get that res, but it's looking more and more impossible as the minutes tick on. Z Proficiency and company trying to move in with this one. They're still over by Tree. Now they'll realize that they're in a pretty good spot for this one, as that ring pulls up so much more north than teams were expecting. RCO might have had the call. Maybe this one does end up at the fence line.
I'm not too sure if that was just called out right now here, Jamerson, but I think Start a Fight Esports just put down that mobile respawn, kind of tempting Cody to say, hey, if you want to respawn, you can come over here. I don't know if that was intentional because I just saw it appear on the map, but Cody being right underneath him, I think that's just a statement that they know he's still lingering there, so that's going to be interesting to see how Cody tries to play that out right now. Just has both banners, but is unable to even secure a beacon. You have your chance, whether you have to take your chances with Start a Fight Esports or RCO, as those are two beacons that are in the circle right now.
Respawn farming at this point. I mean, they need the points. The teams need the points with the big lead that Team Dumpers have right now. You're gonna have to try and get that. But here's Gas Station Gaming. They have already gotten the first knock in this fight up against Team Cage. That's Caged up, going down. Icy River took his time with the rampage and will be able to clean it up for themselves. They're in a beautiful spot for this ring as well, playing that high ground, gatekeeping teams. They're trying to slow play this from the Thermal side right now. So you can see Stargeist is going down to Kimchi Lee. I believe Enemy picks that one up. And so now Team Dumpers looking to make another late game here as they see that redeploy being used, and they're not able to punish it though, unfortunately. Still though, getting that kill point along with hitting top 15 at the very least is nice for them.
Yeah, they even try to take some shots, but they see that there is a squad on the high ground right here with Dumpers holding onto this truck. They have 2 blue Evos, 1 purple already, with that squad having a better position here. They even saw the redeploy. Wait, is he actually going to utilize? He is! He is going to utilize it. He managed to get the respawn, and Cody's out of there. He is out, and he says, this is not my business. You guys can deal with this yourself. And now Stick Drift OP, they got word of the fight, and they're actually landing right in between all of the squads.
No. Are they landing right on top of Team Dumpers here? They gotta be careful. No, it is actually gonna be a free car for them to get into. And that opening might have been what they were looking for on the side of, never mind. Penny Boss goes down. It's actually Holiday that steals away from them. So RCO actually take that away from last minute. Last minute, we're just literally pouncing on the opportunity for those kills. But as they turn around, a team's coming in from behind them. They got the knock onto Ice Psycho. This should be another kill point for them, as Cheesy Potato actually pick up one more knock on to my neck, my back. So it's still the struggle bus for them. Cody is still alive, but that was just a Hail Mary play. You can see he's been spotted as he's trying his best to survive. Unorganized right now. We're able to recover High Psycho. They're going to be forced down onto the low. It does seem like this building might be in play just on that corner, and they'll be able to back away for now. High Psycho still needs to take some time to heal up, and looks like this is the opportune moment for them. We're still at 14 squads. Despite the fast start here to game number 5, things have slowed down quite a bit, but take a look. Gas Station Gaming trying to make a push onto literally vibing.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of fighting happening earlier. It's like every team got the memo now, slowing things down, literally vibing, just trying to fight for this control into the circle, but they're getting gate kept. Oh, the beam right here going in. The R301 coming in clutch for Jordan, who's going to be able to utilize this dome, closing that space, has a shield back, and look at his teammates trying to encapsulate on each side of the dome, but they get burned. The bombardment also going down, literally vibing. That was unfortunate. They had the strong start here, but it was Gas Station Gaming with Icy coming out on top, and the third party now making its way over, but maybe just dancing around the bombardment actually instead, as he was able to use that to his advantage. And no, it is the actual third party, and that is unfortunate here. He wins out of the fight, but he won't be able to get away in time with Fate closing in. That Start of Fight Esports that have actually wrapped around to this other side.
Playing that slow side for themselves, and they'll be able to hold that height as that ring does continue to pull down. So they'll be able to play off of that. And this is a classical tree circle here where it pulls up to the north side of that triangle for now. You can see last minute making their way on. I think they'll be mirroring RCO on the other side of this one along that train tracks. Doing a great job of avoiding a lot of the line of sights. As you can see, RCO are still over by that fence line. There's another squad showing up behind them. And so they have to deal with this with 20 seconds left to go. RCO doing a good job, but now they've been cut off. You can see the ping's down. The port's going to be used by Sleepy Panda to try and get them in. And this is actually a third-party attempt now coming in. Last minute, taking out High Psycho, but the arcs are in. Almost takes him out. He's able to back off. Here, Sleepy Panda goes down for that. It's a trade, though, and going to go ahead and hit that quick res. TDG trying to get involved from long range as Sleepy Panda gets back onto his feet. They need a quick armor swap for him. They need to play off of cover here. You can see Girl trying to punish him along with Durango. It looks like RCO might have found the moment to recover at this point. Throughout all of this, though, looks like Team Dumpers losing out on 2. They might have been knocked out. We'll find out in just a moment as TDG lose out on Tony.
What is this makeshift building that TGG build up for themselves with the caustic barrels? You love to see it, but now with Tony going down, they're just trying to safely get Tony under the ground where they have already made their own cover, maybe get that punch just to be able to get that momentum and boost them forward. But RCO Esports with that perfect timing on the third party, the circle closing in. Not too sure if TGG is actually safe here, as I see Girl climbing away from the circle, but it's already taking a huge chunk of damage. Not too sure if they're even able to get the res. No, they can't even climb this. Not like this. No, and look at the you just have to stare. You just have to look and stare. You can't do anything in this situation. You can't get the res. They're stuck against the rock.
Oh boy, Durango's the only one alive, and we gotta see if he has any heals. But throughout all of this, it does look like a lot of fighting taking place. As Stick Drift OP, it's all up to Sushi here. He gets cleaned up. It's gonna be Team Casuals. And now win out that fight. You can see the pole going on over towards that triangle once again. As they get challenged by this Wraith, they're going to be able to push out as a full 3-man. This is the quick reset for themselves. Those gold armors coming in handy there. Out of 9 squads, 21 players remaining. That means there's a lot of rats running around. We know that Durango is one of them for TDG. Looks like enemy will go down, so that might be another rat as Team Dumpers are trying to survive throughout all of this. And now Team Running Late getting full pushed as a 3. Lightstar Joe already got that bubble out. Another bubble on the other side. They're playing this one beautifully. There's the push out. But now Lightstar Joe needs to back off. It's 00 negative, the only healthy member for his squad. He gets a knock onto Akuma Rats. And now Lightstar Joe still alive here. He's going to push up the defensive bombardment just in case for the third party here. He's going to try and secure these thirsts for his team, but it's not enough. We're down to 6 squads, 13 players remaining. Last minute still alive as a 2-man here. It's Sykes and Luda. Throughout all of that, by the way, Team Dumpers did get cleaned up, and now RCO in position to try and gatekeep the squad. And oh boy, TDG Durango going for the redeploy here as that solo rat. You can see Sam Cho is one of the rats as well. A lot of teams damaged. I believe there's might be only like 1 team or 2 teams up as a full 3, and RCO Esports is one of them.
Yeah, super impressive too. I believe what we had seen in the feed too was Onyx Gaming that was absolutely popping off on Dumpers here. So wondering what's going on over here with RCO Esports now holding his position, cutting them off with that portal. Look at this nice angle that Sleepy Panda is in, taking a nice off angle, a little separated from the rest of RCO, but has to be careful as they may be cut off by another team over to the side as the Sleepy Panda gets taken out.
That's going to be Onyx Gaming once again. They were the team that were able to take this triangle position away from Team Dumpers. You can see how much of a dominant position it is. They've got that high ground. There's almost no one able to contest. You can see Durango was able to make his way right up top. There's a sliver of that high ground that's available for them. And Team Start a Fight had to give that one up, drop down onto the low. They are not aware, I don't think, that he's actually up there. Matt Pickett with the peak. It's tagged just a bit. You can see Fate playing off me on the off angle to the side up to the north right now. Onyx Gaming, though, they need to take a moment here as that ring is going to be pulling away. You can see going smack dab into the center. Nice gold helmet swap off. Hopefully, they'll be able to get themselves a defensive bombardment for this final circle.
Yeah, it was crazy. Your start a fight don't have a bloodhound. There's no way for them to know here, but they are taking a lot of damage, and they see that with Fate also on the other side. We can see RGG, the solo, trying to take some shots too over at Fate with Onyx Gaming, the squad who were able to take this control, being able to heal up, but it seems to be another squad off to their side actually still trying to take some shots. Onyx Gaming right now have the best position, but they are going to have to start moving soon with the final round closing in right behind them.
They've got some cover to at least leapfrog from, and Durango ultimately has to drop down. That's going to be Team Start a Fight picking that one up. It's 3 squads remaining, early bubble outs, and I don't think they're going to have enough time to build up basically the cooldown to throw down another one. You can see Z Proficiency has his eye on it, and here's a Hail Mary play coming out from them. They do survive the liftoff, but will they be able to stick the landing? You can see they're going to land on top of the tree here. Matt Pickett's going to buy time for himself using that passive, but you can see Z Proficiency is just waiting this one out. He spotted them. They've dropped down onto the low, but they can push now. They've got to be careful. Oh no, Crummy gets the knock onto Z Proficiency. That was the hard funnel, but they do have the bubble. They do have that fast rest to get him back in. We'll see if the gold bag is in play, and it is not. So they'll have to take time to slow heal throughout this one. And now Z Proficiency dropping down onto the low, gets the re-knock. That's going to be RCO picking that one up. And now Onyx Gaming are falling apart. RCO are picking up the kills. They do answer back, though. RCO are knocked out. Crummy coming up huge. It's Onyx now left. This might be a 1v1, and he clutches up. Onyx Gaming survive that and take the win in game number 5.
That's gonna skyrocket them up the leaderboards. What a way for Onyx Gaming to make a statement, not only taking out the number 1s in the lobby, but now also being able to take control over that game 5. Such an important game for them, but what a performance, securing so many kills on top of that. Also, not faltering even though they were shoved off of that high ground too.
Yep, bounce back from them. Remember, they had a difficult game in game number 4 where they were playing it out as a duo very early on because of their 50-50. But as a full 3-man, they take the win once we get another hard southern pull here. So congratulations to Onyx Gaming for taking the win in game number 5. That leaves the opportunity open for other squads. With one final game left, we're going to take one last break, and when we get back, it'll be game number 6 of the Challenger Circuit right after this. Welcome back, guys, to the North American Challenger Circuit here at the ALGS, and we're now down to our final game of the day. But in game number 5, it was Onyx Gaming bouncing back off of a rough game number 4 and taking the win here in game number 5. See, last minute finding themselves in another fight. It seemed like another continuation from game number 4 there, but this is a beautiful push by them. Once again, spearheaded by Sykes up against Asteria.
Yeah, Onyx Gaming actually climbing at least like 7 placings after that game too. I'm really glad to see that they were able to come back, even though they had to play that last game as a duo. But teams like Casuals too, playing this dome beautifully. Even saw the bombardment coming out from the outside for some extra insurance, but it was too late there too, with another squad moving in right behind them. But Casuals were able to rack up enough KP. But talking about getting aggressive this time around, TDG also trying to play a little bit more aggressive, but unfortunately coming short. Or rather, game 5 they were able to play a lot more aggressive. They came short game number 4, but were able to really turn up. I believe they had placed in 4th too, so even though they were only able to secure that 1 point, it's 1 point extra for their favor. Maybe trying to secure early kills would be the beneficial here for them. But Onyx Gaming though, look at the way that they were able to contest that squad that came right down from the leap of tree and still were able to take this place and not feel deterred away from dropping down.
Yeah, Crummy made it so difficult for them, but there were just some beautiful knocks coming out to take out RCO really on the other side, so needs serious help is by himself essentially taking this 1v1 at the end. And so things look scary with that drop down from Crummy, but they survive and they take the win. That's 2 good games in a row for them. And so with these 24 points, we'll see where they stand ultimately in the overall leaderboard, but this was big. And to note, take a look at a team that's missing here in the top half of game number 5. That's Team Dumpers, meaning they had less than 4 points overall in that last game. And like I said, they needed just a solid good game number 5, and they basically clinch it. But now things are going to be a little scary for them in game number 6.
Yeah, I'm looking at teams like Start a Fight, actually, that is right there, being able to get that 2nd place, and still that 8 kills was fantastic, because then you had teams like Onyx Gaming, actually, the team that took out Dumpers in game number 5 relatively early and still securing 12 kills, now has kind of put Dumpers in a pretty awkward spot here in this final game. Start a Fight looking like this is very possible for them to close in that gap.
Yeah, RCL finding themselves with 12 points as well, put their name in the running. You have to imagine with a performance like that. Might be a little bit difficult. Let's go ahead and take a look at the other half of the board from game number 5. And you can see right there, Team Dumpers were only able to get 3 points, along with Team Literally Vibing only getting 4 points throughout that. So this is going to be, I think it's going to make for a very contentious top 3 now once we head into game number 6 to close out the day. And unfortunately, you know, we had high expectations for My Neck, My Back, but they only got 1 point, and that was a placement point. And we know the struggles that they ran into in game number 5.
Yeah, they've been struggling a little bit. I feel like their best placement that we've seen from them has only been 2nd so far for the night, but you can see in the seasonal leaderboards here, Dumpers are still paving the way for a lot of these other squads to try to close in the gap, but Start a Fight with 48 points, quite literally shoulder to shoulder from 2nd to 4th place, looking at the 47 points that Last Minute is standing on, and Literally Vibing with 45 points.
Yeah, so 18-point lead over the 2nd place spot means, you know, if Dumpers, they get 5 or 6 points, I think they just easily secure this. So that means making it to the top 10 with a few kill points for themselves. Start a Fight though, along with Last Minute and Literally Vibing, really picking up the pace. Particularly Start a Fight and Last Minute now. So these are the 3 teams that are going to be trying and fight for that 1st place spot. Team Dumpers have to be careful if they want to maintain this possible 3-peat for themselves. It's one last game to decide it all. You have to imagine, with a performance like this, with Team Dumpers being so amazingly consistent, they can take a break for Circuit 4. But you have to imagine that they're also gonna want to fight and, you know, stay hot, right? And make sure that they stay practiced. And so they might still compete in game number 4.
Especially with the way that they shift their playstyle so much going in between games. I really like that about Dumpers, but with that big point lead, I mean, what can you expect, Jamerson? This is a team that was able to take the last 2 Challenger Circuits pretty dominantly too. They made a statement just week number 1, winning 3 games and coming in 2nd in one of those games too for game number 4 rather. So just to show you how consistent Dumpers is, they're still leading these squads for tonight for this Challenger Circuit. But after that last bad game for them, it wasn't even too bad, but it was still not the Dumpers way. And now that we have a final game moving up, it's still very possible for squads like Start a Fight to actually take that 1st place spot from them.
Yeah, so Dumpers just have to navigate the early game. Like I said, they need to hit the top 10, and that'll make them fairly safe. A few kill points, though, basically secures the bag and the three-peat for themselves. It'll be a close call, though, so we'll see if any teams maybe try to turn the aggressive on them early on. We know that they drop at Thermal Station, and by Game 6, I think everyone has a good awareness of where every other team is dropping, and so we'll see if someone tries to flip the script on them and take them out early on to have a chance at this. We've seen it in the past in competitive. It doesn't happen often, but I love when those moments happen, when a team decides we're gonna hot drop on you because you are the team in the way. But with so much on the line, with relegations and promotion matches taking place in January, and with only one more Challenger Circuit day left in this year, maybe teams don't take that risk. Does seem like we do have all of our teams loaded for game number 6. It's our final game of the evening, and I'm so excited for this one, Vicky.
Same. I love how all of these end circles have gone for us too, Jamerson. I love the way that a lot of these squads have shifted up their own plays. We also have been seeing some different compositions coming out, even shifting away from certain compositions. So I'm excited to go into this final game to determine how squads like RCO Esports, are they still going to play passive circle around, or rather play around the edge of the circle, or are we going to see teams like Dumpers play extremely fragging out of their minds? We're going to have to see now and see if we're also going to get that usual 50-50 that we've also been witnessing over at Lava Siphon.
Yeah, Onyx Gaming, they were punished because of it, right? But this time around in game number 5, they took it cleanly. They didn't lose out on anyone. They were able to get the res, and we saw what happened for them. They took the win in game number 5, and here it is once again up against Team Nightmare. You can see the positioning difference, right? For Team Onyx Gaming, they're taking smack dab the middle, where you have full control over both the gondolas, meaning you should have the armor difference. You should have the armor advantage up against Team Nightmares, and Team Nightmares, noticing that, are not going to take the fight at all. They're just keeping an eye on them, and they're going to try and rotate north, and that's a good call for them because the ring is pulling up towards the north side right now.
Yeah, you can see it's going to be going around Countdown. We've seen some of these circles shift over to the north by that sniper tower towards Trials, or even towards Lava Fisher. We're going to have to see with Nightmare still trying to loot up here. They had taken some shots earlier, though, it looks like, from Onyx Gaming, and I feel like the respect has definitely been bought here for Nightmare. They were able to secure a purple Evo shield, but this, again, is the squad that was able to take game number 5. You have to imagine that they're running on that momentum right now. They want to continue fighting, but they also don't want to overextend, testing out the waters as Nightmare is playing this way more passively than what we've seen.
They have to. Onyx Gaming, they have that win from the 50-50 in the last fight, right? And so that meant that they were able to basically bully them off that position. We saw the difference in the armors. There was a, you know, even though I believe Krizik was able to get that purple Evo shield for himself, you saw the consistency of dropping middle of Lava Siphon, having control over the gondolas, having control over the armor spawns. Speaking of armor spawn, though, Code Cloud have been able to get Trials uncontested this entire time. They've been walking away with great armors. They just haven't been able to convert with this loot, though.
Yeah, they're right now just trying to get as much loot as possible. They're just wanting to try to get the high ground of Trials too. They could overlook what's happening over at Skyhook, since we had seen some early 50-50s happening over there today. So they could also get that positional advantage. And they also have the decision to decide whether they want to stay here and then decide whether they want to rotate behind Trials, hold this position. Because again, we've seen these circles usually end up on that top spot before, over by Trials. It could pull over by Lava Fish or even Countdown. So now Dumpers, our squad that has been leading the leaderboards over the last couple of weeks, they're looking to replicate the same in week number 3 of the Challenger Circuit. They are full blue eviled up, but they are going to have to rotate shortly, since they have to get away from Thermal Station and make their way all the way over towards Countdown.
Now, 14 Dumpers, like we said, they want to try and hit the top 10. That's where it's basically safe for them, right? Where they secure the win, essentially. If they can hit top 10, get those, 2 placement points, 3 placement points, or 2 placement points, and then a few kills would basically put them over the top and basically out of reach, unless a team goes for a huge 30-bomb game. But I don't think we're going to have that here. You can see the ring pulling hard north. So RCO Esports are expecting this one to actually pull up to the northwest side. You can see that building has already been taken up, and they thought, well, I think so too, that this is where the circle is going to be ending.
Yeah, you can see how these squads are playing their cards right. They want to play end position here as RCO Esports are going to get taking some damage here from that triple take over by that building. But wondering here, that squad holding that building, how long is it going to be before another squad actually rotates from right behind them? We do know that there is another team over by Skyhook, and RCO Esports may need to be careful. Holiday backing up said, all right, you got that. Even picking up some sealed cells. Christmas came early for Holiday.
Yeah, that was a quick nope. That was one of the quickest nopes ever. Usually, you know, when you see someone getting tagged, right, by a big sniper shot, it takes like a second for them to realize what happened to them, right? The shell shock. But he was out of there fast as hell. You can see it came out from it might have been Clinical, I feel, or maybe Icy River with that shot. Oh, it was Rambo. He's got that long bow. Unfortunately for him,
And
he's
the
got
6
gold
times.
yeah, he's got the gold armor, so he's not working towards an Evo shield for him, unfortunately.
You know, a swap if anything, if he still manages to land those longbow shots. But Gas Station Gaming actually playing this patiently, also noting that there is another squad at Skyhook right behind them too. But what is this action that we are seeing still over at launch site, over on the other side of where these squads want to be? It's last minute actually with the big mod R301-2 fully go. So now you have Luda moving in, closing in this gap.
Yeah, he just tickles the toes there with that R301, and now he wants to try and push, but they're keeping him at base. Sykes, though, this is the big man that's been coming up clutch for last minute. And he notes that he can't actually push that one. They are all the way on the other side, and oh my god! What? Sykes gets the 3-tap, and now he's gonna chase after him. There's the scan, and somehow he's lost him here. There we go. Finishes him off with the R99. He's taking on the whole team by himself. Sykes takes out a damn, and now there's only one left for this squad. Last minutes are able to pick up a +3, and like I said, teams like last minute start a fight, literally vibing, need a big 20-30 bomb to try and steal away the victory from Dumpers, and that's the way to start it.
I cannot believe how consistent Sykes is. That was absolutely insane. Always getting his shots, and if it wasn't with the wingman, you saw it happen with the R9. Now literally vibing, are going to be able to loot up after coming out of taking out this squad. Actually, you can see Musin is the kill leader. He's got the Beast of the Hunt, but the third party has made its way over to literally vibing here. So wondering, that's the bombardment being called, and they have already used up the dome, but they do have a way out if they just move towards behind, and they do take that portal to get out of here.
And they're not aware of it on or unorganized side. There we go. They finally spot them out. And so with that high ground being retaken by them, unorganized have almost no shot at this fight. They'll back away here. And they're going to, of course, get some farewell shots to their back. And so unorganized now, just back away. They've got the port as well. And we do have, of course, this is a northern circle. We haven't been able to talk about as much. We saw a Skyhook circle earlier on, but this is a different one. We fully expect at this point. Survey camp, no other teams here for unorganized to run into, so they'll be able to get into Skyhook relatively with ease.
Yeah, they could also loot on the way over there by the train tracks. They are making the rotations quickly. They don't want to waste any time here. We already saw earlier why you don't want to do that, with 2 squads already taking over Skyhook. Make it 3 probably by this point. And if we see unorganized go around the back, they could try to hit Trials, but start a fight. We're the ones that were trying to take this spot in the first place. And RCO Esports too, as they were on the other side by the Pride Rock. So wondering here, start a fight could be right behind them, maybe trying to force their way into taking that position.
We have 2 teams that are creeping up over at the thermal station side, TDG and Asteria. These are 2 southern teams trying to take the roundabout rotation on the western edge of the map here, taking their time. We'll see if they end up running into quite possibly Team Dumpers, who, you know, we saw them. Thermal station gamers take some time to get out of thermal station because it is such a large POI. There might be an opportunity for you know, Team Dumpers to try and play gatekeeper up against them, but they're going to be trying to avoid fighting at all costs here. They are so close to securing that, so I'd be surprised if they took a fight. Asteria, though, find themselves getting gate kept right now, and Draco's just going to get them out of dodge and port them out to the eastern side now.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that was actually RGG who were taking some shots. They did have a beacon in front of them, too, that they could utilize that for their Valk, as Kimchi Lee's doing the same thing. They have the dome for some insurance before figuring out where they want to secure that final position. And this is big here, because that's going to be Dumpers who really want to try to prioritize that. They want to secure those points like you were talking about, Jamerson, so that way none of these squads have that opportunity to drop a potential 30-kill game.
Now for Team Start a Fight, though, they're the squad that can try to gatekeep Team Dumpers. They're playing outside of Lava Fissure. Asteria runs into Team Nightmare. It's on that respawn building outside of Harvesters to the west. Rev is still sitting on this white Evo shield, unfortunately. He doesn't quite have the angle to go for the peaks, and they're getting shot up from behind as well. They've got to be careful. As you can see, Rev is getting shot in the toes. Again, still sitting on that white, and oh boy, he is getting cracked, and they've got to decide which one's more important to take. Neither fight really looks great because the third party, you know, is instantly going to come, and oh boy, the fight comes to them. Rev pushes out. Drago's the first one to fall as Aim God picks that one up. No answer back quite yet, and Rev, he completely looks lost in the sauce. Team Nightmares clean that up, and oh boy, here comes Onyx Gaming now to try and finish off Nightmare. Remember that 50-50. They still take that personally, and they want to try and punish them.
And that's why they're moving in now. They got full purple Evos this time around. They circled around the back of the map too, wondering if this was a squad that was probably taking shots at Asteria when they were trying to rotate with last minute. Now also looking at the action from the other side, closer to Harvester. They're on the high ground here too, but Nightmare, they don't even know. They're right underneath Prop Garrett, and they actually may run into this squad right now, last minute, waiting for the opportunity to pounce, and they do. They get the knock right out the bat, and Sykes cleaning up that KP. They're playing this so passive-aggressive, and they didn't get involved in that third party because they showed up right where it ended.
Big points for last minute here. Remember, they're basically 1 point below start of fight. It was 48-47 in second and third place. TDG make their way on in. Durango did get tagged and knocked it down, but they've got the big old door that cannot be griefed, and it looks like the rest of the push is coming out onto Nightmare now. Aim God will fall. Sykes picks that one up. Last minute gaming. They need to make up, I believe, what is it, a 19-point deficit to Team Dumpers, and they are doing so. That's 5 kill points that they've picked up so far, 4 of them on Sykes.
As you see, Nightmare trying to run away as a solo. Last minute, just trying to see where that solo may have ran. But last minute looking so good here to dethrone Dumpers. If this is the opportunity, it's time for last minute to shine. 4KP just in favor for Sykes alone too. Absolutely been on a momentum run throughout this entire night. And Cold Cloud having the positional advantage. We had seen them earlier able to land at trials. They were able to get that gold, which is what you see Rosino rocking right now. But this is what I was mentioning before. This position's great because they just wanted to wait to see where that circle was going to pull, as we have seen the circle usually pull behind trials, or there's a chance that it could pull right in front of trials, which will still be in their favor.
Yeah, they have the options left to them. And that fuse from this high ground has great angles for the knuckle cluster. So wherever you are not safe from a knuckle cluster here. And I'd like to see him actually swap off with Jimothy at the very least. You can see Doodles, he has that triple take for himself with plenty of ammo. And so he can help him build up that red Evo shield. But here we go. We've got the next move out from Onyx Gaming. They made their way into Lava Fissure here. Scanned up, you have to imagine that was probably going to be Team Dumpers that were playing on that beacon building, that circle donut building just to their north right now. You see that ring pole once again as Team Dumpers are actually out. They are making their move early on to try and get underneath trials, but oh boy, I feel like this might have been too early. This might be a mistake for Team Dumpers.
I'm wondering if they feel pressure to try to make this early rotation to maybe try to take these passive-aggressive fights, because maybe they're just focusing on the fact that last minute is able to rack up so much KP. Meanwhile, Dumpers really have not been in the position to do that. So taking this position maybe too early may force themselves in a sandwich situation, which would be unfortunate for Dumpers because, again, they want to be able to try to maintain this lead. And you can see Cold Cloud already taking shots, already finding the opportunity to do that.
Shots not quite connecting for Doodles here with that triple take, unfortunately. But fortunately for Dumpers, they're able to make that rotate in. They have TDG below them, and here comes Onyx Gaming, so they do actually avoid a lot of the fights. Onyx Gaming should be pushing up onto, I believe, start a fight here as Cheesy Potato gets a nice shot off with that charge rifle. Now Z proficiency starts to push up, and it is start a fight on the other side of this one. Crossfire has been set up, though. You can see Matt Pickett holding down on the backside as Cheesy Potato gets cracked and brought down to one shot. Bubble out just for safety as he hits that Phoenix kit, afraid that maybe someone can zip behind them. And oh boy, they're just gonna go ahead and port back all the way towards Lava Fissure and rotate a different way in for this one. I agree with this choice.
Yeah, I really like that portal too. They had that as extra insurance, but is that Dumpers going down? I saw Kimchi going down right there too, but last minute are the ones actually taking this fight. They still have all their members still alive right here, but you see Luda managing to get Kimchi Lee and knock him down.
Oh, it's a push out, though. They're trying to push that bubble. Last minute, have already healed up. He's the next one to fall. And now it's all up to one player remaining, I believe. But last minute are starting to get third party. And there we go. They finished them off. Enemy are out. Dumpers are out. This is the opportunity for start of fight and last minute. Quite possibly even literally vibing now. 3 teams vying for that first place position to stop the three-peat for them, as last minute now are just left to Luda. Here's Onyx Gaming trying to come in for the 3-game tear. They cleaned this one up.
I can't believe it. Of all teams, it was last minute to do it. But then ALGS Gaming, of course, coming in for that timing on the third party. They're also getting pinged by squads over to the north. We talked about it before, but they do ping that. But Nando actually RCO on the high ground, but start a fight. Want to fight for this high ground. Want to be able to try to still hold on to here. But Fate is literally one. He has to dodge these Arc Stars.
Woo, misses that first one. There we go. Gets the armor swap as the nades continue to fall on top of him. He secures these thirsts onto RCO. Now he's going to take a moment to heal up. Sleepy Panda is still alive for RCO, though. And now you can see they're desperately trying to heal up. We were talking about the knuckle clusters. You basically have full range across the map connecting onto him. But Fate stays alive. Start a fight, stays alive. They were the closest team to matching up with Team Dumpers in terms of points. Now Onyx patrolling on the south side. They've got caught out. This Cheesy Potato has to back away into Luda. It's last minute still alive on this one. Now it's going to be a 2v1, I believe, for Luda to try and take, but he gets finished off. Last minute are out.
Yep, Onyx Gaming were the ones that take them out in the process. Perfect timing here. Needs serious help. Does need to get Cheesy Potato back up, but they do note that Proficiency is in some trouble trying to get that suppressed fire off to the side, but a little spread out here from Onyx Gaming. You can see Needs serious help still putting in some of that damage, but hopefully it's enough time for Cheesy Potato to restabilize as he does successfully pop that shield battery.
I believe Start a Fight got knocked out as well. We're down to 14 squads, 39 players remaining. And so Team Dumpers, despite going down, might have secured it. We need to check in with literally vibing when we get the opportunity as well to see exactly where everything's going at this point. It is so close here in our top 5. Onyx Gaming, there's still a world for them if they end up getting a 20-bomb game for them to actually take this. So we'll find out in just a moment. Moosin just went down for... So this might actually just be over. This might just be Dumpers taking the victory despite being dead.
Yeah, the fact that they were the first ones to go down and it was start a fight and last minute still in contention here, and then they unfortunately dropped down too. That's what happens when you make these early rotations. You were just talking about that, Jamerson. You were worried for Dumpers making that rotation relatively early, and now look at these squads that are patiently trying to play the circle right now over by Skyhook already. Just waiting for the opportunity with Casual still the portal if necessary, but they do note that there is another squad right behind them, and they would get pinched if they just traverse through this open ground.
Yeah, the teams called it expertly. We saw early on that hard northern pull. Here comes the rotate out. Challenging Sniper Hill. Rosino has to be careful as, oh no, that nade somehow just got stuck in the middle of the shield. Onyx Gaming, though, they've got their bubble. The Ring of Fire is down, though, and you've got to be careful because remember, there was that change to the Ring of Fire when you're inside. Your position is given away to that. And so they survive for now. Onyx Gaming backing away. We do have the fight, though, as it looks like Cody might be the only one alive. No, Petty Boss is still up here as Casuals clearing out market on this eastern push. They've got the Wraith portal ahead of them, though. They have to clear this one out, and they're getting shot up from behind as well. So many teams going down over at Skyhook, but somehow Casuals have survived. They've cleaned up some of these kills as well. Now we're down to 9 squads remaining. Petty Boss and Cody are still up for their squad for My Neck, My Back. It hasn't been the greatest of days for them, but this would be a great bounce back here in game number 6.
Yeah, better late than never here. You saw Petty Boss popping off in that feed. My neck, my back, all the way in the back, too. Just being able to loot up properly. But look how much ammo that Cody has on the flatline. Is it going to be enough here as they're going to be forced to rotate off to the side? They can't loot those boxes safely. And now TDG doing the same thing, trying to rotate, wanting in on the action. They do manage to get some shots, but can they steal some kills with Casual being able to find OA? It's 2 members of OA. OA dying out here in that fight. And understanding here, TDG now backing off. They don't want to be in the line of sight of the squad that's holding the roof of Trials.
And I want to know what's going on with Onyx Gaming as well. But there it is, my neck, my back, trying to clean these up. Akuma Wrath goes down. It's Petty Boss patrolling around. Girl has him in his sights. Shots not quite connecting with that flatline, unfortunately. TDG, their only option is to push out from this eastern side of the hill. Girl's gonna try and hoof it first, though. She's gonna need the backup of Tony. You can see the double time going down, and there's a bubble right on top of Tony. Girl does got have the flank as she tosses out everything to try and punish, but they get dropped down on. They get finished off. That's gonna be Onyx Gaming, and oh no, Cheesy Potato will fall. Z Proficiency is the only one alive now for the squad as the zone will start closing in. Here comes Casuals to clean that one up, and this is an absolute bloodbath. We're down to 7 squads, 14 players left. Z Proficiency gets finished off. Onyx Gaming tried to finish off strong, but unfortunately they fall a little bit short here in game number 6. It's 6 squads, 13 players remaining. So many bruised and battered teams. You can see Cody's the only one left alive for my neck, my back, as he's gonna have to battle it out up against this duel and the ring to his back. But that's a beautiful spray with the R301.
Oh, they
there
took
we go.
it.
Casual goes down, but it's Lightstar Joe that picks that one up. Cody's still happy though. He's alive. He's gonna Wraith Q in, and he finds a moment of reprieve here. Sleepy Panda still riding this one out. He's got Stick Drift OP, Team Cage as well, and it's only 2 teams up as a full 3. Sleepy Panda trying his best to survive as they're trying to finish off all the rats left in this lobby.
We had so many rats. We had an infestation here, Jamerson. We had Onyx Gaming as a solo, and my neck, my back, Cody coming out in that 1v1 on top. And of course now RCO with running late still as a full man squad, holding onto this rock and holding onto the position where you would have my neck, my back have to forcibly rotate around, including RCO too. So a lot of viewpoints here with running late also getting pinged by look how many squads are taking over this building. 2 squads. So still you have 3 full squads up and alive here with 5 squads remaining.
Ooh boy, team running late now. They've got basically center zone. What is going on? Oh, Kuzme, with the help of 00 negative, will be able to finish off. That's both the rats out now. So it's going to be a full 3v3v3. Cage, though, you got here early on, and so you can see now they're the team that are struggling a little bit. They're running out of ammo. You can see it's double heavy for him up top. They've still got double blue Evo shields as well. Stick Drift OP slow playing this one. Only have the purples for themselves, and their ammo looks fantastic. It looks like they're the ones that took all the heavy that they want up top.
If only they had a Loba here in this situation. So many death boxes around too. Running late though, rocking the red Evo. They have the purple. They're going to be able to be fully looted up here, but then you also have Stick Drift OP holding onto the low ground. They're going to be able to have a nice view of a lot of the action once that squad up above is forced to jump down. I believe that's going to be Cage. So between running late, Cage, and Stick Drift OP, still all these full squads alive with the rats taken out of the lobby.
Oh boy, defensive bombardments are coming down. I feel like this is a little bit early and really no value is going to really be taken of it. That does allow running late though to take the roof at the very least. And so they get this one for free. So we got a 3-team pancake on this last building. We'll see if it does come down to a heal off. Some nades are still in the hands of Team Cage though, and so the Arcstar could punish them. Defensive bombardment goes down as there is no bubble for Lightstar Joe. They're gonna get tagged by that big. They need to take the moment to heal up now. As you can see on the other side, team running late. We're able to push into that building for now. Stick Drift OP playing off the fences here. Just waiting for the drop down. They've got some cover. They're gonna allow these 2 teams to fight it out. They're gonna buy time as the trades go down. Running late will lose out on 00 negative, allowing Stick Drift OP to come in for the 3v2, but it's a 2v1, and oh my goodness, EXO is by himself. He gets the knock onto Lightstar Joe with the 1v1 as he slides in for that last kill. Stick Drift OP will take game number 6, our final game of the evening.
You love to see it. That was a squad that has been overall 17th. Stake Drift OP now skyrocketing off the overall leaderboards. Cage 2 was in the overall 19th place. So our last 3 squads right there were teams that were struggling throughout the night, but came in strong for that final game. So I'm excited to see how this is going to shift things up in our overall leaderboards.
Yeah. But speaking of our leaderboards, we have that big question. What happened at the top? Did Team Dumpers secure enough? Did they stay alive long enough to secure that win? Because we had some teams really giving them some trouble. And oh my goodness, that's why, you have to remain consistent. We were talking about it. It was 4 great games in a row for Team Dumpers, but these last 2 definitely did not go their way.
No, yeah, the way that Dumpers were just dove on, plus third party on top of that, you got to look at Onyx Gaming and how they were able to come back after game number 5, game 6. They still carried on a lot of that momentum, but Dumpers just had a target on their back, and unfortunately, we're not able to rack up that KP early on in the middle of their rotation.
Yeah, we did see some great performances, though. Onyx Gaming really rallying in the second half of tonight, but you saw that hard northern pull. When you're coming from that south, when you're getting 50-50 and your rotations are delayed, it becomes a bit difficult, but I still think they did an amazing job across the last 3 games, giving us some great performances, especially in games number 4 and 5. And let's go ahead and talk about what happened there in game number 6, because there was so much last minute. Sykes, once again, today's just been an absolute highlight reel for this player.
Yeah, absolutely. He could just create an entire frag video just off of his clips alone from today. Just absolutely insane. Between the wingman, the R9-2, he basically did everything himself there. Over by this spot too. It must be a favorite spot of his, a lucky spot at least. But last minute too, also coming around and just being able to just not only rack up those kills for Sykes, but in general, the entire squad just did so amazing with suppressed firing and backing up each other and the follow-ups that I really liked from this team.
Man, it just really gave me big designful energy there, seeing Sykes popping off today so far. Here's Onyx Gaming surviving this push. Remember that there was a team that was up top that entire time. TDG in that scramble on the eastern side, pushing out from Trials. Unfortunately, Z Proficiency takes him out. What a final game for Onyx Gaming, though.
Yeah, and the squads that you have to look at aside from Dumpers are Start a Fight and Last Minute, and even though Dumpers went down early, so did Last Minute and Start a Fight, back to back quite literally. So I'm not too sure if that's gonna allow Dumpers to still come out on top and they can count their blessings here, because a lot of these squads that definitely popped out at the very end, looking at Onyx Gaming and RCO Esports that had to honestly play edge a lot of the times, may not have been able to rack up enough points to dethrone teams like Dumpers.
Yeah, so is it the three-peat? That's the big question we have on the board. Stick Drift OP, congratulations, of course, for taking game number 6. Running late, got some decent kills along with Onyx Gaming. Imagine if this was the big run back for them, if they were able to try and build that momentum up from the last 2 games. They definitely tried it themselves, and it was a beautiful sight to behold at the very least. And it's been a fun day of games so far. You can see there that the teams that we're keeping an eye out for, like Team Last Minute, unfortunately, they didn't even get a placement points. It was all kill points for them.
Yeah, some of these teams actually, My Neck, My Back being another team actually that did well in game number 6, but did not perform in the way that we were expecting here, Jamerson. And I'm wondering here, since this is our 3rd week, what the final week of the Challenger Circuit is going to look like for a lot of these teams, because things are shifting away from, aside from Dumpers being as consistent as they have been, you have teams like Onyx Gaming on the come up, really needing some of that extra time to build up that momentum, and you could see exactly what they could do with that within the last final 3 games.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bottom half of game number 6 on the leaderboard to see if Team Dumpers were able to get any points on the board. I don't quite remember if they had any kills. It'd be super important, especially because of how tight the top 5 is heading into the overall leaderboard look. And there it is, Team Dumpers with the big old donut there. So this is going to be a little bit scary, but I think they might have done enough through the first 4 games at the very least.
Yeah, absolutely. Also winning a game too, allowing them with a 20 kill game as in addition to winning. That was game number 3 where they actually popped off. And aside from that big gap that they were able to build up for themselves, you still had teams like Last Minute Win with 11 kills, Onyx Gaming game number 5 where they popped off with 12 kills. So many double digits across the board, but still, we cannot scoff at 20 kills from Dumpers. That is absolutely insane performance from them, but not surprised after looking at their performance within the last 2 weeks of the Challenger circuit.
Ooh, Last Minute tried their best, but it was not quite enough. Team Dumpers, a great early start. 4 good games in a row for them, netted them 66 points. And so this is the three-peat once again. Team Dumpers taking the win here, the Challenger circuit overall, but still great performances coming out from Last Minute, start a fight, and literally vibing. And honestly, yeah, let's go ahead and throw in Onyx Gaming as well at the end there, because these last 3 games were an absolute treat to watch from them.
Yeah, again, Onyx Gaming, I believe before they started popping off, were on in the 14th overall placement score for today. And then after that 4th game, they just skyrocketed over to top 8. And then over the course of the last 2 games, we saw them get top 5. So amazing performance for them to continue on that momentum. It's all about that confidence when it comes to taking some of these fights.
Yeah, and speaking of fights, I mean, they were 50-50 this entire time up against Team Nightmare, who was, of course, one of our teams to watch, but it was Onyx that ended up proving us wrong for today. Imagine if they didn't have to deal with like the delayed 30-40 second rotation because of the 50-50, how much better they could have done, or maybe the 50-50 helped them, because those were, of course, nice kill points for them to pick up at the very least. But what a great day of games so far. I believe we're trying to set up an interview right now with someone from Team Dumpers. It's probably going to be Kimchi Lee. And it is, of course, the man of the hour once again. Kimchi Lee, congratulations. You secured yourself the three-peat. How are you feeling tonight, man?
I'm feeling great. I was a little worried, I guess. Obviously, we had a little team switch up with our third. So going into this tournament, I was a little worried that we might not perform, because what I expect is pretty much, I would like to have, there's only one more and maybe we could clutch out another 4th. Since last time we tied for 1st, we took the 1st this time, took 1st the first time. So hopefully we can, pull out another 1st for the 4th Challenger circuit. But yeah, I'm hyped. I'm happy.
Yeah, I mean, you basically just already answered my question, whether or not you guys were going to be playing in the 4th one. You've done enough, I feel like, to secure a spot, but I like that you guys are going to be playing it out on the 4th one here. Now, what was the biggest change having to bring in, I believe it was Fulzy, right? That came in as your 3rd for today. How did that change things up for you guys today? What kinds of adjustments did you guys try and make to account for that?
So the difference was Timmy was a mouse and keyboard player, and then Fulzy is a controller player. So there's a couple things that are different. And so for the most part, we could keep our normal play style of trying to be aggressive and taking our team fights, which was very nice. We just had to make minor changes on certain things, like Fulzy can't tap strafe like an MNK player can. So there are certain things that he can't do and that I might have to do now because I'm the only MNK player on the team. But all in all, it was really nice because swapping Timmy out for Fulzy was it was almost 1-to-1. It was trading out someone who would beam everyone for another guy who would beam everyone. So it made no difference to me.
And speaking of beaming, you guys had some amazing team fights. And in particular, I mean, we're talking about game number 3, right? When we had that mini dome ending. Walk me through what was going through your mind when you guys were taking team fight after team fight in that game.
So we land thermal station and we knew that our rotation was going to be a little rough. I figured that if there's a tree team, we might be getting gate kept going through the backside choke into launch site. And I just kind of told my team that this is going to be a big game or it could go really poorly for us. We're going to push through and we're just kind of going to cut straight through every team. We know that we're better than them. We know that we can win our fights. And even if we get third partied, as long as we're fighting together, it won't matter. And I think we proved that. We were able to go in, push the first team out. We got third party, killed them. We moved up, took the spot that we wanted, killed them. And we were able to we essentially got to the spot I wanted to play by just getting rid of every obstacle along the way. It was definitely a little nerve-wracking because every single fight obviously is an opportunity to fail. You can get third partied, maybe things don't go your way, something happens, whatever it is. So every fight is a risk, but I was confident that my team could do it. And I think that game we dropped 31 points or something like that. I think it shows that we were able to achieve that.
Yeah, you guys had gotten 20 kills that game. That was absolutely insane. And then you guys ended up winning that game, of course, too. And then game number 4, I wanted to ask, you guys have your highs, you guys also had your lows. There was an opportunity for you guys to win that game. And I wanted to ask, because I'm curious how those comms sounded. But when Sykes popped off with that wingman, when you guys had the opportunity to potentially win that game, how was their comms like? How were you guys able to make that mental reset going into the next game after that?
It was tough. I mean, it was poor weapon choice by me. I have 2 single fire weapons, essentially. I have a 30-30, and unfortunately for me, I was spamming the key to switch to shatter caps, and I was wondering why it wasn't happening, and I forgot that it doesn't exist on the gold 30-30, and then I had a Kraber. That fight was just, we were able to pinpoint what the issues were. From the initial team fight being taken poorly to my inability to finish the kill. I mean, Sykes is an amazing player. So I out of everyone in the lobby, if there's any player that I would have liked to die to like that, it would have been Sykes. Sykes is an amazing player. So props to him. When I realized that it was him that I died to, I'm like, well, you know, it sucks that I whiffed. Sucks that my gun sucked for that fight. But Sykes is a demon with the wingman. There's not much I can, you know, say about that.
Yeah, respect. You guys were able to honestly come back from that still. And still, again, you had a 20-kill game. You guys had over 30 points after that game. So you guys secured a pretty hefty lead going forward. And something that Jamerson and I were able to notice here were the ability that you guys kind of shifted away from your playstyle and you guys are able to mix it up. Without revealing too much, of course, what gives you that decision, whether you guys want to play passive-aggressive or whether you want to play more so the edge of the circle?
It really depends on how far the zone might be, the loot that we have, where I see other teams are. If I'm looking at the map thinking, hey, maybe there's a lot of teams on this side of the zone. If we take a fight right now, we're most likely going to get third-partied. Or, you know, there's just like a lot of factors coming in. And so I feel like I have to be able to switch it up on the fly. I feel like our team comp allows us to do that. We're able to quickly realize, hey, this isn't a fight we can take. With Bloodhound, we're able to get zone knowledge. We can scan the beacons and see. And I like to always think that there's always quickly realize, hey, this isn't a fight we can take. With Bloodhound, we're able to get zone knowledge. We can scan the beacons and see. And I like to always think that there's always some opening into the zone. It may not be an obvious one, and it might be that one that you think that there's no way that it's open, but it's there. And I think patience is something that a lot of players have to start to learn with this game, being able to realize that you don't always have to beeline it straight to the zone, or if you see people fighting from, you don't always have to go right to it. If you sit tight for a little bit, you might see, you know, it's kind of like, do you want 1 cookie now or do you want 10 cookies later? You know, you just wait a little bit, you could get a much bigger reward.
That's awesome. Once again, dude, congratulations. That's a 3-peat. Now, heading into the final Challenger Circuit week, you know, I'm going to leave the floor up to you if you got any words for, you know, your foes, your opponents out there, or if you've got any shout outs. This is your platform. Go ahead, dude. Take it away.
All I got to say is Dumpers are going to stay on top. I'm happy to be with my team and look forward to seeing us taking first place again in the next Challenger Circuit.
All right, thank you so much. That was Kimchi Lee. Ladies and gentlemen, Team Dumpers, 3 weeks in a row, total domination here in the Challenger Circuit, and what a sight it has been. Now, I want to take a moment, of course, if you at home are looking to compete, well, guess what? Nerd Street Gamers got you guys. So make sure that you guys actually check them out. So prove your skills and become a champion. Check out all the Apex Legends qualifiers at nerdstreet.com/champs. We just had, I believe, week 3 of champs taking place on Friday. There's plenty more, plenty of qualifiers for their big event that'll be taking place next week, I believe. So go ahead, find your friends, sign up for the qualifiers at the Winter Champs for that one, because you want to be able to frag out. You want to be able to prove your skills just like Dumpers did today, and they did an amazing job, Vicky.
Yeah, I love to see these teams claw out through these brackets and just being able to tear up the lobbies. You get to see teams like Thumpers be able to synergize with one another, even shift some teammates out in rotation and kind of figure out where their strengths lay. And if you guys feel like you guys do the same thing, make sure to sign up for that because it's going to be a good time and you get to see Jamerson and I pop off for you too. So that's going to be fantastic, Jamerson. It's been a fun time here overall, but that's the third week of the Challenger Circuit already in the books, Jamerson. I'm surprised that time is flying by so quickly.
Yeah, I mean, luckily, we just had a break for the Pro League. We just had a break for Challenger Circuit. We're going to take another short one, though, because we do have Thanksgiving here in the U.S. just around the corner. And so we'll be back, I believe, early weeks of December for our final qualifier for the Challenger Circuit. Once again, congratulations to all of our teams. Congratulations to Team Dumpers for taking another first place. For everyone here at Nerd Street Gamers, for everyone here at the ALGS broadcast, along with Vicky and myself, thank you all so much for tuning in. Happy holidays, and we'll see you guys back in about a couple weeks. Have a good night.